the page and prove them wrong. It's time for rebirth. Yeah, time's up to say goodbye to all the haters, doubters, and non-believers trying to bring you down. In the blink of an eye, you'll realize that there's so much more to the book than the page you were stuck on. Finally, you will feel free to live a life you love living instead of the life you think other people want you to live. Remember, you're the highest authority when it comes to knowing what you want and what you love. So stop trading yourself for the approval from others. Ladies and gentlemen, weirdos and geeks, please repeat after me. I don't give a fuck.
Target acquired.
Eagle 1, first strike. You have permission to engage the target.
Warning: the following video contains explicit language which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, it's been kind of a weird night tonight. I thought I had everything set up, and then, of course, I didn't. Or maybe I did, and I just didn't have it set up well enough. At any rate, guys, it's going to be a great show tonight. Just let me just work through a few short admin activities, and we'll dive right into this. I hope everybody's doing well tonight, or good, as the case may be, and hope to have a great show. Really do hope to have a great time tonight. I'm looking forward to it myself. We're going to talk about a couple of different things tonight, and I don't know. It's going to be a little way out. I'm a bit dark. I'm usually a bit dark. I don't actually normally. I don't know that I need more light, but I can give more light. Let's fire up a little light. Good evening, Mikey Balls. How are you, sir? How are you today? That's the wrong remote. I'm doing good, man. I've had a great day. I managed to get a lot done today, despite my own um, getting my own way a lot. How's that, guys? Is that I'm not bordering on. You need to adjust your screen, sir. I look great right now. I'm fucking baller. Millionaire Bachelor is anything but baller. So there we go. A little better. Yeah, I like my lighting the way it is. Um, the so we're going to talk about a few things on tonight's show, guys. Obviously, we've got to kind of dig into the Destiny malarkey. We just can't avoid it. Can't get around it. It's just all over the damn place. Literally everywhere I look, all I hear is Destiny, Destiny, Destiny. Um, and we're going to talk about that a little bit. Now, I got to be honest, I don't actually know all the details, and I barely know most of the players only because, just like the weakest of associations. But we'll talk about it a little bit. No clips, none of that. And I'm really not gonna dive too deep into it because I just don't give a shit about Destiny, man. That dude's a weirdo. He's not, like if you couldn't see this coming 30,000 miles away, you were stupid. Guys in an open marriage and all this other stuff. I mean, you can't even, fuck, man. It was just dumb. All the way around, it was dumb. It only got dumber as it went along. And I just don't know that we can say anything more than that about it. Like it was crazy in and of itself, the whole thing, like all of it. Like, how do you expect to be, I don't get it how people seem to think that they can, um, more or less, just do whatever they want with no ramifications or no reckoning, as it were. And then when the reckoning does happen, all of a sudden it's like, holy shit, what happened? I don't understand why I'm getting why everybody hates me so much. I don't understand. Please help me understand why everyone hates my guts. Well, I mean, it ought to be fairly fucking apparent because you're literally was his orbiters were basically just women that wanted to be famous on the YouTubes that he would have sex with, and he recorded a lot of it, and we're going to get it. We'll get into all that, guys. We'll get into all of that. We're also going to talk about some other we're going to talk about degeneracy versus normalcy. We're going to do a little bit on that tonight. I had hoped to have a guest tonight. I really had hoped to have a couple of special people on tonight. Doesn't look like it's going to happen. That's okay. It's not the end of the world at all. And, there's, it'll be fine. As you know, I am more than capable of carrying the show all by myself. So, as we wait for the chat to fill up, I did start a little late tonight. I've been kind of running around a little bit. Nothing terrible, just a little bit, running, going here and there. DGen Story Hour, not really. We're just going to talk about. It's an interesting. Well, we're going to talk about some interesting things regarding degeneracy and what we consider as normalcy, and what we should not want as normalcy versus what probably is okay, and people kind of overreact for no damn good reason. It's gonna be some good conversations. Like I said, I really truly wish that I'd had at least one of my guests come on tonight, but that's okay. We'll get some people up here in a few minutes to jump up on, and we'll do like a little mini panel as normal. We'll see if we can get some guys up there. Yeah, the other stream, I think it's still going. I don't know how to kill it. So it's just never going to go live. So um, I don't know what went on there. I had some. I think my laptop, like the same problem I had last week with my uh, tower out here in the studio. I think the same thing happened to my laptop. I had to, like, a lot of stuff got reset in it, and it's been weird ever since. All right, let's call out the usual suspects that have shown up. Damien, the parkour guy in the chat. TR Finley, good to see you, brother. Michigan Christian, good to see you. I'm glad to see you in here more, Michigan Christian. T Spells. All right. All right. I'm not familiar with you. I'm assuming you're from Emma's chat. If that's true, let me know. 13 is in the house. My man, 13. We've got Catherine, something or the other. I got to look on the other thing here. There it is. I got to be honest. Mikey Ball is like super excited. Catherine McDonald is in the house. That's what I was looking for. Mikey Balls obviously is in the house. He is got it going on tonight. He's very energetic. Chill Dog is in the house. K2 Keep On Trucking up in the house. And Silver Ogre coming over from the original stream that for whatever reason got set up. Smoking Spaceman is in the house. Good to see you, sir. And I am having a wonderful night, Catherine McDonald. I am having a great night, other than the sneeze I just had, which is fine. That's okay. And yeah, everything. Had a great debate the other night over on the Reverie. Honestly, it did not. It didn't play out like I wanted it to. I really wanted a little bit more action, excitement, drama, if you will. Didn't happen. That's okay. That's okay. I was actually hoping a couple of the people from the Reverie would join me on the panel tonight or on the show tonight. We're having a great discussion about economics on a macro and to some degree, yeah, just a reasonable level. It was a great conversation. I thought it was wonderful, and I thought I would love to continue to hear. They're not here, and the Reverie was great the other night. I got this great clip that was made for me. That's awesome, just for the Reverie. Not sure that we're going to do a debate tomorrow night. Probably take tomorrow night off. Obviously, we'll be on for tomorrow's show during the daytime. The day shift will clock in on time, ready to go. I may have to cut it short. I may have to split. Something may have to happen there because I'm pretty sure I've got a meeting tomorrow that I have to be in, and then Friday, of course, Friday night and Saturday night, we'll do the evening shows. No guest yet for Friday night. Looks like I will just be, doing the standard issue show, which was still great, still wonderful. It's a great time. I'm glad everyone is here. We need a boiling frog. Actually, I am working on new emojis. I've got top men. Which is actually probably going to be an emoji. Top men on it, and we're going to have a great time there with the new emojis coming out. And Mikey Balls, did you see the boiling frog? Let me share with everyone who didn't get to see it the other night. Now, I have to tell you that the idea behind this is that we have as a regular on the debate panel, someone who does not cam up and uses an animated frog icon to instead of his normal face. I don't know why. Maybe he's a lawyer. Maybe he's in the news. Maybe he's a criminal, doesn't want to get caught. Maybe he's afraid of being deported. I don't know. However, he does use a frog icon, and he and I, we're on opposite ends of the political spectrum. And since I've taken mostly W's on the show, here is what we have. Why is it not showing up? Interesting. Stand by. We seem to be having technical difficulties. There we go. Just awesome. Is that not great? That is awesome. The best part though is I was like getting it set up in my OBS so I could just click to it as he came in, as he entered the show. It was like he pops on, and in my window it has the frogs like getting boiled. That was awesome. Yeah, you just couldn't have made that shit up. It's just great. It's just awesome. Yeah, I'm an asshole. What can I say? So that's it's very funny. Is that not great? Look at that. It's just too funny. It just warms the cockles of your heart. Right in that subcockle region, Welcome, Sarah the Raging Tomato. Would you like to come up for a few minutes and chat? I will throw you a link, because why wouldn't I? I always thought you fried frog legs, but I'm not a professional cook, so I don't know. So we'll figure it out, right? I also, obviously, on obviously, I've been having a really good time lately on Verbal Combat, and the Sarah's you have the flu in the bath now. Try not to feel like death. I'm sorry. I sent you the link anyway. Don't use it in the bathtub. It's okay. All right. So I find it interesting that Sarah watches my show in the bathtub. Not sure what that really means, but I'm not going to read much into it. I will allow the chat to do that for me. Yeah. All right. Okay. All right, guys. Okay. You're allowed to get sick once a year. That's mom privilege. All right. Frog legs are delicious. That's funny. All right, guys. Before I start the wind up and hit the pitch, what was Sarah saying? It's my fault for streaming during bath time. Oh, okay. Smoking Spaceman says the Reverie debate was good. I just wish they didn't prattle on about Coomer Gremlin for 2 hours. Yeah, I was like, why are we talking about Destiny's swordplay for 2 hours? And it was just such a weird thing. Like, wait till it all comes out. And yeah, I don't know. All right, guys. So as always, I must now grift. I must grift because grifting is not the real reason why I'm here, but hey, why not? If you guys can, please feel free to do something cool, like send in a super chat. If you $10 and up, Unfortunately, I don't have it set to $9.99 yet. I need to do that. $10 and up gets you a TTS. It automatically reads in that cool British voice, and it will be great. You'll love it. It's fun for everyone. Beyond that, go ahead and send in any super chats you would like. You may also send in Cash App and whatever else is listed in the description below, and I'll take note of it. Yeah, the grift must continue. I must grift. I've received my orders, and that is what's going to happen. I'm setting a goal here because if I don't, Michelle will yell at me. There we go. Got that. Now I won't get yelled at later. Aha! Mikey Balls comes in right out of the gate with a little grift. All right. $9.99 for Mikey Balls. Here to support. Here to support. That's right. We're going to support that. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. All the awesome conversations that we've all come to know and love. All right, so we've got that. Yeah, there we go. So we've got. So yes, please reach out with the grift. The grift is good. Grift is good. Hello, Caldy. How are you? Good to see you. Chase Williams. Good to see you in the chat. John Deadman's back up in the house. K2 Keep On Trucking comes in with the big $2. Do you think Destiny likes corn dogs? Well, since there is a video of him out there actually filleting a man, yes, I think that he does like corn dogs and bananas. Just saying. There's no dude. Look, what the guy does in the privacy of his own home, I don't really care about. I think the only thing that anyone actually cares about is it's going public, and it's going public when it shouldn't. It should not go public. $4.99 comes in from Sarah, the Raging Tomato. You want me to grift while you're interrupting my bath time? The audacity. The audacity.
$13, donated $10, super chat. Same as Mr. Mike, just supporting.
13 comes in with a big 10. Thank you, sir. Really appreciate it. All right, guys, we're going to continue. You can continue the grift. I'm going to continue talking. We're going to get in. We're going to go ahead and launch into tonight's show. Hopefully, I will have at least one guest wander along soon. Someone that I can get up on the stage with me. Actually, Mikey Balls should come up, but that's okay. Fredo Fonzarelli, it was good hanging out with you the other night on Verbal Combat, man. It's weird. I would really like to finish a Verbal Combat and take the W, but I just can't do the whole night thing. I've got family and kids and stuff like that. It's just not going to happen. Guys, let's talk about, we've talked about degeneracy a little bit on this show. And we kind of talked, I think last week we actually talked a little bit about it, but this week I think that we've got to go into it maybe even a little further, because I don't think maybe we hit all the right points. We got TTS coming in, guys. Oh, wait, that's $10 Australian. It may not TTS. $10 Australian doesn't get it done. Australian, $10 from Kieran Markin. The grift is irresistible. The grift is irresistible. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that, Kieran. I really do. So I was having a discussion earlier today with someone who's not here, so I'm not going to call him out. if he happens to show up, I will indeed call him out. Mosman, get up here, buddy. We're going to talk degeneracy. Let me give Mosman a link. Let me throw it. Yeah, here we go. Wrongful Rage in the house.
Wrongful Rage donated $10, super chat. It's a giving day. Grift until the end of days.
It's all about the grift, guys. It's all about the grift. Mosman, I sent you a link, sir. I sent you a link. Hey, Imperious, what's up? So I was having a discussion earlier today. You guys probably don't know this, but I actually reach out and communicate with other content creators offline, like on the telephone, sometimes through email, which I guess is technically still online. But you guys understand what I mean. Like I don't just communicate with people through my show. That would be dumb. And I was on the phone, or I was on a private chat earlier today with someone, and we're really talking about degeneracy and how in the manosphere and the red pill space, for whatever reason, it seems to be that admiring women, talking about women, and in pretty normal ways, gets termed as degeneracy more often than not, when it's really not degenerate. It's a very interesting dynamic to me, because I've been trying to figure this out for a while, and I still haven't really been able to put my finger on what bugs me about this dynamic so much. Mike's balls. There he is. Mikey's balls showing up. That's got to be Imperious. It just has to be. We're stuck in infinite. Yeah, absolutely. Raging Tomato. So on the one hand, it's strange that men and women act like they want pure as driven snow. But I don't believe anybody actually necessarily wants that so much as they desire it in this, in the same way that they desire a castle in the woods or some other fairy tale. But it's really, what's the word I'm looking for here? It's really ironic that the same exact men who want women to bow to them, to respect the patriarchy, to do all of the things that men expect women to do, then condemn women for acting like they want men in that way. It's and even worse is they really look at sex and sexual activity as this, like, on the one hand, they're like, they put it up on this pedestal, like sex is the object, it's the root of the relationship, it's the glue that holds the whole fucking thing together. And at the same time, they condemn women for wanting to have sex or having sex to begin with. It's a very interesting dynamic. I could talk about this for fucking days and still not come up with an answer. I believe that there's been like 3,000 books written about it, starting with the Kama Sutra back in early India, and we're still not done with it. It's covered in the Bible. I mean, I'm not going to solve the problem, but I'd really like to get maybe a little bit better understanding of modern day outlook on what is degenerate, because I have a very clear understanding what I consider degenerate. Welcome, John Mosman. You caught me mid rant, so I didn't even take the time to say hello. I stayed in character, continued my rant, and now welcome, John Mosman.
That's okay. You can hear me, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, yeah, I figured you were cooking, so I thought I'd just let you cook, you know.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Give me just 1 minute. Let me recognize some of the chat. Let me interact with the chat for a minute. Um, we got K2 keep on trucking out there talking about his wiggly wagons. Those are semi trucks. Regarding my opinion of degeneracy in the label being used, I have to ask a question. Does sin occur in the mind or the act itself? We're going to get into that. That's a great question, sir. It's a great question. I find it curious. T.R. Finley says, I find it curious that even acknowledging that a woman is attractive is instantly labeled as simping. Shouldn't men be attracted to women? Fuck yes, T.R. Finley. Fuck yes. When I see a hot ass woman, I go, damn, that's a hot ass woman. My wife sometimes will be like, damn, she hot. And I mean, my wife's a woman. That's the way it works. You can explain it, Imperious. It's not hard. Okay. All right. Well, maybe we'll listen to you later, Finn. Silvar Ogre comes in with feminism equals men oppress. Women victim, red pill equals women oppress, men victim. Same communist dialectic subversion to divide and conquer from within. You're not, I don't know that you're wrong. Talk dirty to it, says 13. All right. Well, that's all interesting stuff, guys. Mosman, where do you stand on this? What's your
Well, I actually, whenever I speak about degeneracy or degenerates or degens, I almost speak of it in a mocking sense, because if you understand the word and what it really means, there's a couple of problems that I have with it, given my Christian worldview. The first is that if you look at the root definition of the word, it means to have lost or to lack something. And
Yes.
one, there are some people who never had it to begin with.
Right,
But
sure.
secondly, I think you could actually, from a Christian worldview, at least a Protestant Christian worldview, say that is the state of all humanity. And so generation, or regeneration, as we would call it, comes from something else. And so this is why personally I don't like whenever the moral issue is brought in towards talking about issues that are clearly sin issues. And that's why I think we have to be careful when we get into degenerate behavior, which, as it's understood, means to be off or lacking or to have lost moral. And I think that is something that describes all humans at one point in their life. And so the reality is, what is the source of it, or what's the cause of it? But I think that when you look at all that, it hopefully, it's one of those things where I shun it, that because, again, then it becomes a moral issue, and then it becomes a law issue, and then it becomes a shaming issue. And really, like, some people, I think some people, they just never had it, and never seek after what would make them moral people, if you want to use that language. But I think it is something that is beyond just an outside idea. And that's why some people think shaming is an effective tool towards curbing the behavior. But that is just from a sociological perspective. It has nothing to do with the individual. And that, to me, I'd rather us figure out how to solve the issue on an individual basis, because I think that's where the communal or the social issue stems from. Just my personal opinion.
Yeah, I like everything you said there. You did gloss over a few things though, and if I may, I think that most people when they talk about degeneracy, they're talking about, what they're really talking about is this blanket idea of that you're sexually immoral, right? Sexual immorality, and
Right.
they
And
just say, well,
they
you're a
only
DJ.
focus it on that, for sure.
Right, but you can be degenerate. Most people are not sexually immoral any more than normal, but their degeneracies in other areas, where they eat to excess and don't care, right? They don't care what it does to them, right? Or they drink all the time. Drinking is a degenerate act, right? If you drink to excess. So, um, I personally, the fact that women and men have sexual relations in and of itself is not degeneracy. The
No, it was intended.
degeneracy,
God, I believe God intended us to have that.
right,
Obviously,
right, yeah,
that's how procreation and the continuance of the species occurs.
correct, right. In and of itself, it's not degenerate. Even if it is so-called casual sex, I don't know that that's not it's not necessarily degenerate. It can be, and I think often it is. I don't think it always is.
Well, and that's where we get this problem with, if we're talking about it within a moral sense, of saying you're lacking character, you're lacking moral values, or you're doing something because you're less of something or whatever. And I think for some people, they just don't. Some people don't know better. Some people don't know. Some people, they're raised in that. I had a friend whose mom, probably from the time that he was 7 all the way up until the time he was 14, probably was with a different guy at least once a month. Like she was loose. But
That's funny.
to say it another way. But and then he became that way as well. So it just kind of, it's interesting. But that to me is why if we look at it just a moral issue or a societal issue and say, or just try to hamstring it to just a sexual issue, I think it ignores a lot of factors that go into what makes something degenerative, immoral, or even in my case, what I would call sinful behavior. Because when you talked about gluttony, that is considered a sin. And I think the reason why it's a sin is why you choose it. Part of that has an aspect on there, but yeah.
I like that. I like that. $4.99 comes in from Mike's Balls. I changed my name to Troll Wrongful Rage and Mikey Ball, but now I gotta wait 14 days to change it again, so I'm stuck with it. Love
That's
those
gotta
guys,
be
though.
that's gotta be simp. No, Imperious.
No, that's not Simperius.
Oh,
Simperius
okay.
is still Simperius. Simperius has so many accounts. Um, so it's an interesting thing to me, right? Like, now let's examine this a little closer. Right? Oh, we got some Vengeful Truther donated some memberships, baby. High five, bro. We got to examine this a little differently, right? So if we're going to talk about like women selling themselves, that's degenerate, right? It just is, right? And we can't get away from that. We're going to, if we're going to be honest with ourselves about things, there's a lot of different things that we can point to and say this is degenerate. Drinking to excess, degenerate. Eating, overeating, right, to excess, degenerate. Smoking could be degenerate, right? Although it's not specifically a sin of, and we're not talking about sins either, right? So that's I think where things get kind of weird, is that a lot of people equate degeneracy with sin.
Right, or moral
It's
issues
not
with sin as
necessarily the
well.
same. They're generally not necessarily the same thing.
And then they also equate moral issues with sin as well. And then
Correct.
the other thing
Correct.
too is, so here's the thing that we have. So, do you remember there was a movie that was made back in the 40s, I believe, or early 50s? I think it was called The Lost Weekend. Did you ever see that movie?
I don't think I did.
An old black and white movie, but
Mm.
it's most well known for being the very first film ever in history of film. Because up until a certain time, if you showed a drunkard on a movie screen, they were looked at as kind of funny people, right? Like that was it kind of had like that weird, they were kind of, there was almost kind of like, to use the word of the times, a queer aspect to it, right? There was like an
Sure.
idea that it was abnormal and they were stupid, but Lost Weekend was actually the very first movie that actually showed that someone who was drinking was in the grips of addiction. And so I think addiction itself is another aspect of things.
So
Especially,
I could go with
you know, with drugs,
addiction.
alcohol, and sex. You know,
Addiction to anything, I believe, is degenerate, but I don't know that it's immoral. I don't know that I can make a
right?
moral
Well,
argument
and there
against addiction.
is still a agency with the choice, but to just say, well, the way we curb that behavior is by putting a moral standard on something, making a moral law out of it, and then shaming people or punishing people for it. That's where, to me, I have no problems, because this is what happens when you do equate some aspects of sin with morality, or morality in issues of the spiritual faith, is that morality, by its very basis, is relative. I don't care what anyone says, it is relative. That's why trying to uphold this idea of objective morality from a God perspective is a problem, because morality is a system of human inference, not of godly truth, not of relative objective, of objective truth, or standardized.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, if you follow it to its conclusion, we base our morality on Christian law.
And if you think about it, back in the 50s and 60s, it was commonplace that if you had a teenage daughter who got pregnant, you would send her away.
Mhm.
Now, that was the moral thing to do in the time, but we would look back at it now and say that is kind of a dirtbag thing to take your child away from the network of the home, where they're going to need as much resources as possible. Let them have a child in this, like, almost kind of like an institutional home type of thing, until the child gets put into an adoption agency.
Well, that's actually what most and back in the 50s or 40s and 50s, that's kind of exactly what happened. Is that if a girl got pregnant from a reasonably affluent family, didn't have to be that well off, she would be sent to a special school for a year, basically.
Right.
And she would have the child, and then the child would be given up for adoption, and the girl would come home.
Right.
And that was a very common thing. Whether that was immoral or not, I'm not.
Well, and if I've actually met someone, Grid, whose mom did that, and because she never knew her mom, and because of the adopted family she was put in, there were a lot of issues involved in that. Now, you can't deny that there was a reason for the standardization of that as a perceived idea, because obviously, I think in relative terms to our day, I would much rather a girl be sent off to a home to have a baby to be adopted than to just have it aborted, right? Because, so that is a better choice than what a lot of women do now.
Sure, and just to kind of pull that into modern times, right? So now you have women egging other women on to have abortions, or to have other options, right?
Or even to have babies outside of the family, outside of a family structure, and regardless of what your moral religious views are, we know, like, there's science that's shown us, social sciences, and as well as observed psychological sciences, that show us a child is better off with two parents than they are with one. So
yeah, I mean, I think that so this is kind of where I have a problem with the idea of just announcing that, or just chastising people as degenerates or degeneracy. I mean, and look, I call out degeneracy all the time, right? Like, I will literally say that's a degenerate thing. For example, my personal belief is that, like Michelle's relationship with someone outside her marriage, even though it's consensual, that's degeneracy to me, right? That's taking a marriage and adding what is, arguably
right. And outside the spiritual, sinful aspect, there are sociological
and there's Michelle.
emotional
See,
issues.
I speak of the devil
and he
Devil
shall appear, or she
appears.
shall appear, right?
So,
Yeah.
but so it's to me, and look, I've told her that. I mean, she knows that I consider it degenerate, but that's
You can still
okay.
love and respect a person even if you don't respect or love their
Correct, right.
decisions.
And I don't condemn it. Look, it's
And you can love a person, uh,
yeah, but I mean,
and not
is it
condemn
the worst
condemn
possible
the
thing?
action, but
Right?
not yeah, but also condone the person as well.
I mean,
But again, the reason is, why do you condemn somebody for what they do? That's the
why
other
does that's the
issue.
thing?
Yeah.
My issue is that I think people condemn people out of hand for no good reason,
Well, I think
and they
because it
do
makes
it
them feel
without
good. I mean, I think
knowing
that's the
anything
big
about the
reason
person.
why is that there is something about people who are self-righteous loving to judge other people. It makes them feel better.
Well, let me throw this out there. Let me throw this out there, John. Let's say that every let's say you have a dude, right? Just normal dude, 25, 26, 27, whatever. And every time he sees a hot woman, he calls her a degenerate, especially if she's dating, kind of dating around, playing the field, whatever, or however you want to look at it, right? She's got her options, keeping her options open. Calls her a degenerate, slut, whatever, without knowing anything about her, without knowing anything about her personal life. It's the same thing. Like, let's just, uh, scrolling, scrolls through his Instagram, and there's this girl who's super hot in a bikini on Instagram. And he's like, fucking degenerate, and keep scrolling. What do you think about that?
That of a guy calling another woman degenerate
Yeah,
while he's
just
scrolling
being that
through scantily
out of
clad
hand
pictures of women.
dismissive, being that out of hand dismissive, and without knowing anything about someone, just labeling them as a
Yeah,
degenerate,
I think anybody that does that out of hand,
especially women.
yeah.
What would you say about a man doing it about women in general? Like, right? Like
Well, and that's
unless
part of the problem.
literally, unless they're like a virgin schoolgirl,
Yeah.
then you're
I
they
think
label
that
them degenerate.
I think a lot of guys that want to, again, we have to acknowledge there's a double standard for how we accept men behavior when it comes to sex versus women, and I mean that.
Yeah, I'm not even
In
talking
a,
about the behavior.
but
I'm
but
talking, yeah,
society,
we
but
haven't. We'll get into behavior
But
in
I
a
do
minute.
think there's something about some men, especially in certain movements like the red pill movement, that seem to be overtly judgmental,
Mm,
hastily to their decisions. And again, I think part of it is kind of like is part of the kind of the, I don't want to say it's an act, but it's kind of like like everybody, there's this kind of notion of like people parroting other people on the internet and stuff. So they
I
see
think it's
someone
gay.
like they see someone like Andrew Tate saying the things that he says, and they're like, oh, that guy's cool because he's got all these women, and
Yeah,
then he's talking, about how bad Western society is. I mean,
sure.
it's all it. So yeah, I mean, to me, I think there are guys that clearly
One
have
of the
a
funniest
problem or an
things I've
issue there.
seen lately is I saw somebody who put together, and I forget who did it. Somebody put together this little like tribute video to Andrew Tate on their channel. It's like part of their intro reel, and it has Andrew Tate in American flag boxing trunks. I'm sure he's just working out or something. And
Well,
I'm
and
like,
that's where Smoking Spaceman right there is wrong. He says, without labeling or condemning, how else would one shame one's behaving immoral or
yeah, yeah,
contain social norms? That's the problem. That's not
yeah,
anybody's. That's the problem. Is that that's what they want to do, and
yeah.
that's the reasoning for doing it, rather than looking at the issue, looking at the person, and
So
figuring out
when
why
I
they
hear
do it.
the first thing that occurs to me when I hear women or men condemning women without knowing anything about the woman other than what they see, not without listening to the words they say, without listening to how they conduct themselves, and just basically saying, "Ah, she's fucking degenerate, whatever, fuck that woman, whatever." What I immediately believe is that dude hates women. He's probably gay or secretly gay.
Right, right,
He hates women
right.
because so like I called Michelle degenerate, but but it's because her and I have talked about it.
Yeah, and there's an understanding and a shorthand there, right?
Right,
Because
well,
you
it's because Michelle has explained her situation to me. I have
right,
given her my point of view on her situation.
right. You've talked about it. You know
Yeah,
her a little
I
bit.
know, I know her,
Yeah,
the deal, right?
yeah, yeah.
And so I don't have any problem saying, Michelle, that's degenerate behavior. I would not do that. I don't
Well, and that
recommend that
goes
you
back
do
to
it.
the other problem that we have, which is Christians especially do have this problem, I think, which is this idea of if you don't have this personal vocation or relationship with somebody, that you have a place to publicly speak about it. I mean, if you
Mm,
go by the biblical standard, we're told if you see someone struggling with sin or what some would call issues of more immoral behavior, you go to them. You say, "Hey, look, I see you're spending all this money on this, but you're not paying for your kids to have,
mm,
clothing or whatever." Like the whole point is that you go to that person and you go in private to address the issue if you have an issue. But the only reason you should be addressing that issue in private would be because you have a relationship with that person. And but again, also people have to be willing to be open to hear that. And that's why it
right.
said, like, if they reject it and you go back with another person and they reject it, then that's not a person that you keep in your inner council. That's not somebody you might be familiar with them, you might consider them an acquaintance, but you don't bring them in your inner circle because they're somebody that is obviously unwilling to listen to certain things. Now, to me, I would look at some of the things and say, like, if you put it in this way, if there was something I was doing that you knew of and you thought, oh, John, that's very degen behavior, and you told me, like, hey, dude, this is something I think you should think about or whatever, um, I might give you a reason for what something is, and either that reason will confirm or it will not. But at some point, if someone's willing to listen to that and someone's willing to understand that a little bit, then I think that's when you can call them a friend. I think that's when you can call them. But a lot of people want to virtue signal, and that's why I call it the woke right, because that's what the red
Mm,
pill movement is the woke right, and it's all about the
mm,
same kind of thing that a lot of the liberals do, and it just
yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't think you're wrong. I don't know that I agree that they're woke per
I don't
se,
mean
but
the terminology in the same way they're woke, right?
yeah, yeah. It's
Right.
not. You're
But
not. I
it's the
don't think
same kind
they're.
of notion of being
Yeah.
aware of some kind of imbalance in the world and
Hmm.
then speaking about it. That's really
Hmm.
where, if you think about the
So
root of the language when it came to like civil rights issues
yeah.
and all that
So
stuff.
it's an interesting thing to me, right? Like, so when and I don't know if you've watched my post on or my super chats to whatever, if you've heard me talk to various
I have
women,
some to some degree, yeah.
um, you know, uh, I didn't go in on them unless they proved that they were degenerate, right?
Right, right, right. And
Like if
they showed you by the way they responded to something.
right, right. If somebody asks, oh, so if a woman, if let's just say there's a way to answer a question, right? So let's say that um you're talking to a woman and she said, or in this case, let's just say it's on whatever, and you say, hey, what do you think about this? And she answers in a way that is pretty rational and reasonable and not, it's okay. That's one, that's one reaction, right? Ask the same question, or there's the panel, so you're going around on it, and then you you go to to the next person, and that woman gives the most ridiculous answer possible. Victim. Victim. She's victimized. She has to sell her body online. She's happy that she sells her body online because that empowers her and all that. So that's degenerate. That's actual degenerate behavior, right? So let me ask you another question. Do you think this guy actually? I think I know how you were going to answer, John, but I still have to ask this question. Do you think a practicing Christian woman could be a swimsuit model?
Yes.
Okay.
And the shortest answer, yes, because again, now the question would be to me is to ask her why she's doing it, because
Sure.
intent is a lot
Maybe
of
she's
things.
just smoking damn hot, and they pay her $30,000 an hour to show the fuck
Right.
up.
Now, the question I think comes to, I think the question comes to a lot of things, which is, again, this is the problem I have when we look at certain behavior and say, oh, that's degen, you can't be a Christian. I mean, like, if you look at a lot of these church pastors and you see all the sex scandals that they're involved in, I mean,
Talking about those today, actually.
yeah, like it's insane. So
Well, yeah,
so the
it's crazy.
question is that your Christianity isn't based entirely on one
What you do with your
decision
junk.
or not decision. Now, I do think it might. The question is, why are you doing something? And maybe the reasoning for it is coming out of no good intent, or maybe it's coming because you
Michelle really should be up here for this.
have
I
an
don't know
issue
why
with
she's
that,
hanging
or
out
you
with
might,
that.
that depends.
He has the keys.
But and I think a woman that would have no problem being who wants to be like an object of sexual appeal, that doesn't make her a degen. I think though that
Does it make her immoral?
I don't know if it makes her immoral. I can't say that. I can't speak to that. But what I
If-
can say
if
is that
You're a married man.
I am.
You're a
She
married
puts
man,
herself in a
John.
position of where she may not be taken serious. It's like the Hot 2 girl. Like, no one's really going to take her serious after that video came out. Like, you're not going to go listen to her on issues of concern because she's the girl that got famous for talking about spitting on it. So,
Yeah, I mean, I think that's
but anyways, you were saying about marriage.
You're a married man, John.
Yes.
If your wife was, and I'm assuming that because you're married to her, you think she's pretty.
Yeah.
If she was like absolutely smoking hot and just unbelievably good looking, and she wanted to be a
Model.
bikini model or
Yeah.
lingerie model or whatever, would you have a problem with that? Would that make her less?
I would ask her why, and that would determine for me. So
Okay.
that's where to me is the
That's a
issue.
conversation then, right? You're not.
Yes.
But would it make her immoral if she said, "Hey, I just really like this. I don't really care about the men looking
Yeah,
at me."
well,
I
and then
just
again,
really like it."
and again, morality is it outside of a construct that I don't really give one rat's butt about, because it is a relative aspect of human dynamics. But I would say to her, look, why do you want to do this? I would tell her maybe what my feelings would be on it, or the things that I'd have concerns with. And if that were the case, then, depending on what she says, but again, I also have the difference. Like I've triggered a lot of men that were like, pussy whipped because I said, well, a woman shouldn't tell a man no, but a man also shouldn't tell a woman no if they're married. And the reason why is because when you say no, you're shutting down the conversation. When you say no,
if I say no, I mean to shut down the conversation.
right. But you should have a very good reason to say no.
That's the goal. The goal is
you should have a very good reason to say no. You should have a very good reason to say no.
Right.
And very rarely do people have a good reason to say no to somebody if they're listening to them, if they're both engaging in good faith and they're talking and they're not just making aspersions.
Not just running their mouths, is I think what you're saying.
Yeah. But I also don't have to worry about that dilemma because I also have a wife that wouldn't do that either. So, I mean, and it's like the same thing with me. Like, I have some very strong feelings based on Catholic teaching about pro-life issues, even though I'm not a Roman Catholic.
I'm just curious where the moral.
And I don't have to worry about dealing with those issues, but I also know this: it's easy to judge another person when you're not in their shoes. And so I think there was a great quote from a pastor named Dietrich Bonhoeffer who was killed by the Nazis. And he said, don't ask a man why he did something unless you've walked 1,000 miles in his shoes. And I think that's a great rule of thumb of saying, why are you doing things? But again, if you're looking to publicly shame someone, there's a reason why you're doing it. And I think a lot of it is, to be honest with you, I think it's based out of fear. And I think it's based out of a misunderstanding of what morality is. And again, to me, it's another form of wokeism. And if you think about some of these people, not all of them, obviously, but a lot of these people who talk about this way about women tend to be either guys who are single or guys who have had a marriage gone awry, or have been cheated on, or have had a reason. There is usually a lot of a personal emotional reason to why people advocate for things. And a lot of people don't even want to acknowledge the emotional reality behind their thinking.
I kind of agree
which they
with
think
that.
is logical, and that's why I need
to kind of go through. Smoking Spaceman comments. Y'all moved on too fast for me to type a response to your responses to shame labeling. I'll simply say Karl Popper paradox of tolerance. How then do we establish a line to hold or adhere to? Well, for me, that's a personal line. For me, my personal viewpoint on degeneracy is it's not 100%. What's the word I'm looking for? I don't have a line in this. I don't have a locked in line in the sand, because it depends on the person. It depends on their circumstances. It depends on whether they're Christian or not. I honestly do not expect non-Christians to have any morals whatsoever. Right.
And I also expect Christians who confuse or conflate issues of sin and morality will also be a little.
Yes, I also. Yeah, I can. Well. Yeah, that's
to me, the issue is this: it isn't about, well, how do we establish a line for culture and society? That's the problem. You don't. You as a person,
right. I don't care what you do, as long as
what you do as a person, what you do as a father, how you raise your kids. If you want to change things, that's how you do it. But you have to acknowledge that none of us will completely be able to change the world the way it is from now, because there are things of the world that cause people to be the way they are, and people are going to be under influence.
Michelle, you can come up here and say these things out loud. You have the keys. You can
come into the back door, right?
Yeah, just come on up and say what you want to say. Look, shame is a great thing, right? I agree with you, Jessica B. I agree. Shame is a great thing, properly applied.
Right, but shame doesn't mean anything to somebody who that shame becomes just unfair or unjust judgment. So that's the for me as a Christian, I think that is the line we have to be careful not to cross between what people would say is speaking truth and discerning, and outright judging people in the sense of, in regards to things that we think are acceptable versus what they do.
Sure. What do you think? John, let me ask you. Let me ask you something here.
But this is the anarchist in me, so I mean, you're going to get that from me. So
let me pose this question to you. I don't really give a flying fuck what other people do. I will comment on it, but honestly, as long as you don't impact my life, I don't really care. I don't really care
like a libertarian. No, just joking.
I really don't care about. I as a conservative, I'm for smaller government. Smaller government means that I can't care about what you do, John. I can't legislate what you do.
Right, but there are people in the quote unquote conservative movement that do believe that want that.
Well, we've gotten like some weird version of conservatism out there.
Well, yeah, but again, part of that, it comes from this off-breed of combining what people are associating with conservative things and Christian things. That
I do believe that there was a period of time where we tried to basically legislate from the Bible, and that never seems to work. So,
right. Well, and again, even if you were to legislate from the Bible, it doesn't deal with the issue of why people do crime, right? Which, again, and you cannot prevent crime by making laws. And so this is what people want, and what they're trying to do is stop. They don't want to like say, well, what line do you adhere to? How do we call it? Though what they want is a way to stop all of the bad crap that they're seeing in society through the mechanism of law. And that just has never worked well, because as soon as you introduce a moral or an ethical or even a theological component to government, what's to stop it to going into another one that you don't agree with? But the other thing for me is, I also just believe this: the world is hostile to those who believe and walk with Jesus Christ. They're hostile to his values. And so the only way you can actually make a difference in the world that you're in is by the vocations you keep. By vocations, I mean your role as a dad, your role as a son, your role as a brother, mother, sister, your role as an employee or an employer. Those things, and how you handle yourself and the responsibility you take for yourself, will be the things that make other people go, wait a minute, there's something to what this person's doing. And I think that too, when you see people who are successful and people say, wait a minute, someone's successful. What makes them so successful at what they're doing? Now, it's true, there are going to be people, and it's just who they are, that are going to look at that and they're going to make unfair assumptions about someone that has something. Oh, well, they cheated, or they did something wrong, or they robbed, or they were, or this is an unfair system because Grid has this kind of amount of money, or these kinds of things because he's a white male, or whatever they're going to do to just not take responsibility for themselves. And I think that's
actually a really great. I like this line. I'm going to interrupt you because you said something I think is worth kind of not deviating, but back kind of loops this all back together, and that is John. What do you think ultimately? Would you think, I should say, that ultimately women who are maybe a little promiscuous, loose, or whatever, and men who sleep with women who are promiscuous, loose, whatever, do you believe that it is taking accountability if a man condemns women for the same thing that he's attracted to?
Absolutely not.
See, this is where my problem comes in, right?
Yeah, I understand that.
This is where I can't make the mental stretch. I can 100% agree. I mean, not agree, but I 100% see where if you were to just go through Instagram, you're going to find a bunch of half-naked, goofy-looking women out there trying to make money off of men, right? I disagree with all of those things, right? Like the half-naked part, where I don't know whether they're out swimming or whatever, so I guess maybe that's not a big deal, but the taking money from men, I mean, that's not really cool, and certainly the men who whine about it are not taking accountability. The women that whine that this is how they have to make their living are not really taking accountability. So it really breaks my brain, to be honest with you, that nobody's taking accountability, and yet most fingers get pointed at the women for whatever reason.
Interesting
right?
is that a lot of these guys that are doing it are, like you said earlier, are guys that are quote unquote traditional Christian alpha males, and like it's their fault. And it's kind of like, isn't that kind of what got us in trouble to begin with? Is Adam not taking accountability for himself and going, well, if my wife is naked and seducing me and hey, let's eat, but it's kind of though. It's like, but if you believe you're the authority, if you believe you're the spiritual head of your household, then you have to acknowledge. And if you believe that women shouldn't vote, and you believe that then you should acknowledge that the moral higher standard will apply to you than women, if that's really what you believe, though. So they're inconsistent in that way, in my opinion, as well.
I want to welcome Michelle, who's finally decided to stop sniping from chat and come onto the panel and use her words. Michelle, what do you think about tonight's subject?
I think it's about me.
It really is not about you. Actually, so
Okay.
here's the thing. It's actually about men.
Okay.
I have had a lot. It's a very common thing for people to PM me, DM me, or otherwise contact me and say that they really like the way I hammer these women on whatever. And
Mhm.
to be fair, when I was doing that, I did a good job, but there was a method to that madness. There was a reality that people I think overlook. So that was the first part of it.
Mhm.
The second thing is that I am absolutely so I was watching a podcast early this morning actually. I got up early. Uh, School is delayed 2 hours, so I just kind of waiting around for my kids to go to school. I was watching
Mhm.
this podcast from the other day. I'm not going to say who it is, and it was all about these people who are in a very specific, um, not club, but they have a specific belief set. And it was basically nothing but whining about how women are degenerate and how they're good for nothing and all this stuff. And I was like, but those are the same women that you say you want to that those are the kind of women that you would date if they would date you, but they won't. So now they're degenerate.
Right.
It was just very interesting. It kind of annoyed me. But it was one of those passing annoyances because I don't really give a fuck.
Mhm.
Um, the and the and then on the other side of it, and it never seems to really stop. And look, I'm all for holding women accountable when they say stupid shit. I
Right.
100% do that. I've
Yes.
you are
I heard you.
you are absolute proof that I have absolutely no qualms about saying, Michelle, I don't agree with your lifestyle. I think it's degenerate lifestyle. And but that doesn't mean that you're not a good person and you're not a human and I can't talk to you in a meaningful way that doesn't degrade you. I mean, telling you that you perform or not perform, that's the wrong word. That your lifestyle to me is degenerate has nothing to do with whether or not you're a good person or that you are necessarily uh, evil, right? You're not evil.
Right. I
Um,
don't think so. Maybe I am.
and that and no, so you were actually not for a
Okay.
change. The reason for this, however, you're a perfect example.
Mhm.
And it was interesting that you came in the minute, or maybe you were already here. The minute I started talking about you, it was like, oh, that's weird.
I was, like, kinda listening, and then I was just like, "Oh, okay, the show started," 'cause I had
She's
just
like,
woken up
"You
from a nap.
rang?"
Yeah. I had just
Yeah.
Like,
woken
you're
up
in
from
the
a nap.
kitchen, you rang? You said my
Yeah.
name?
And I'm just really kind of, I don't really know how to put it other than, I hear this a lot in Red Pill and the
Mhm.
Manosphere that, these women are just degenerate. And there seems to be, it seems to be the opposite extreme of what I see from women. Women think that all men are wallets and they only use men just want them for their bodies. They don't care about them. They don't like them. They can't even love a woman properly. All they want is sex, and that's it. Men on the other side will literally say, I've literally heard this: sex is the root of the whole relationship. Which, by the way, when someone says that, that literally means that the only thing you care about in that relationship is the sex.
Mhm.
Like that's
Right.
it. Like
But
like
either way, it no matter what side of the double-edged sword that it is, it's tantamount to the same thing, which is ultimately um a denying of dignity and a dehumanization of women. And so it becomes a thing where the guys that are engaged in this are either saying, well, you're a degen for your sex behavior, but you're also uh uh, um but I as a man have to maintain our relationship by by our sexual a performance or whatever. And it's like as if the only thing a woman could actually ever find interest in a man is the sex. Now there are women that are that way, of course, but I think most women who especially heterosexual women who are desiring deep, serious relationships tend to want other aspects besides that. And yes, money does play a role, because I think it comes down to the heart of what I think almost every woman in different ways usually is concerned with, which is stability.
Well, resources for sure.
Stability.
Yeah, I didn't really want to kind of go down that road.
I know, and I'm not trying to say that as a different. I'm just saying, but my point.
I'm really kind of trying to keep. I'm really trying
to keep it on the surface. I know. Yeah.
This kind of funneled towards
this one issue.
Why is it that the very women that men find the most attractive, they will literally berate and call them degenerate? Like what the fuck is that? Like, I find,
and a lot of them, when they talk about like how they judge a woman by her hotness, a lot of them will say it is by these things, which at the same time, on the other opposite side of their mouth, they'll say is degenerate. So it is, it's like whenever you hear something like Andrew Tate, he's like, yeah, I've had like all these women, and it's the same. It's just the same thing, and but I'm interested in what Michelle's thoughts are on it.
Just letting the men prattle.
Yeah. Well, speaking from experience, I actually do have something that like I kind of want to say. Like I've obviously been called a degenerate in these spaces, and there's a really big difference between the way that like Grid treats me and the way that other people treat me. And obviously I hang out here with Grid, right? I like Grid more.
Aww.
And I support Grid, and I fully accept that he has his thoughts and opinions about my lifestyle. And even to some degree, I even agree with him. Like, I don't think other people should try it. And what I don't want is for people to go around saying, like, I glorify the lifestyle, because I'll actually be the first one to tell you not to do it.
But it's hard to get outside of those entanglements once you're inside it,
It really is, yeah, right. And all I can do is just like speak truth about what it is. I don't go around recommending it to people. Now, it has affected me in the space, and I find it really interesting, because it's like I could have not said anything. I could have never said a word about it. I could have acted like I was a pastor's wife, and you all would have believed me. And I'm just too fucking honest. Okay, I'm just too fucking honest.
It comes out.
I mean, yeah, sure, it comes out. But like that was the whole thing, is just like I was willing just to own it and just have you say what you needed to say. And I'll accept it. I understand it. I carry it on my back, and I understand that I have to deal with those opinions that people have of me. And if I have a high opinion of them, I might be willing to put that work in. And if I don't, well, then I probably don't care about what you think about my sex life. It's just like, I also don't care.
I gotta be honest. I don't understand. I struggle to understand why men care about women's sex lives that they're not going to sleep with. Right? First of all. Second, if you actually want to sleep with some woman, she's going to lie about her sex life anyway if she wants to sleep with you.
Not all women.
Or if she doesn't want to sleep with you, if she doesn't want to sleep with you, she's going to be like, yeah, I've got like 100 bodies on me, sugar. You want to be under one? And I mean, this dumb. Like it's stupid. It falls into the category of just it's almost self-destructive.
I think another thing too, partly in my opinion, I'm not using this to go off on another tangent or anything. I just am saying this is a general observation, and I'll leave it at that observation, is that a lot of guys that think this way, it's easy to be on the internet and just like steam over the fact that women are this way, but not all women are this way, are not all like that. My wife is not that way. A lot of her friends aren't that way. And so the question is, why aren't you finding those women, and why aren't you being the kind of man that would attract those type of women? And again, maybe part of the reason why your issue with DJing women is that you yourself are a DJ.
You know, it's interesting.
But yeah,
That's interesting. I was kind of saving that one, but since you brought it up, what does it say about you as a man if what you are attracting are floozies, loose women, hookers?
well, and I ask, where are you looking for women? If you go to the
If you're going to go to the bar, or loose women, what does it say about you as a man?
And what's weird about some of these red pill guys, right, is they'll go, well, these women just have unrealistic expectations. If they want a man that's going to provide for them, then they better be a 10 or whatever. But they don't like flip it out on their side either, which is to say, like, okay, if you're going to attract a woman that isn't this way, or if you want a woman that won't be the things that you don't want, what are you doing? Where are you looking at? You know, if you go to the bar, you're going to find a lot of loose women. It's not a judgment. It's just their fact. I mean, people go there to have a good time. So it's probably an understandable thing that people who would go there would want to hook up. A lot of people do it for that reason. If you're on Tinder, I actually had a friend say, while he was going through his Tinder app going, hey, I wonder why there's so many hoes on here, 304s. And I'm just like, dude, you're on Tinder.
Right. Well, yeah, right.
What do you expect?
If you go to where the strippers are, don't be surprised there are strippers.
But you know, it's like, yeah, I mean, if women can't have guys that are 10 and be, you know, $100,000 or whatever, guys have to acknowledge that maybe they have to also look and say, hey, maybe the number one thing I should be looking for in a woman isn't just her looks. I mean, you can't detract from it, because obviously men are attracted by sight. You know, there is a physical attraction aspect, but
we're visual creatures.
What are you? If you're looking for a 10 in a girl, I'm telling you what, she's probably been around.
Well, that's the other thing, right? Like one of the things that really bothers me, man, and like really gets me, is like, you expect some super hot, smoking hot woman to say yes to you, but not have said yes to the 1,000 other dudes that hit on her before you. What? How does that work? How does that work in your head? Right? I don't get that. But it's an interesting, man, dude, it's such an interesting conversation. I could go forever on this conversation, because I think that, first of all, I think that most men are not stupid and not, you know, super red pill and woman hating and all that. They just want to find a nice girl and you know, make squishy noises and end up with some babies. I think that's what they want. I think that there's this perception and idealistic nonsense going around, especially on the internet, about how men and women should be, but I don't think that holds up. Right? I don't think it holds up. I think it's I mean, my wife was, I was shocked my wife had as low a body count as she had. And I did ask, even back then, you know, like long time ago, long time before body, it was known as body count. It was just, hey, you know, just kind of curious. But I don't know, man. I also it really annoys me that if we're supposed to allow for all people can change, why is it that nobody wants to let anyone change? Right?
Well, you have to think if they're speaking in terms of their own self-interest or not. Are they interested in your changing? Are they interested in your well-being, or are they dehumanizing somebody?
Well, it's projection for sure, right? Like it's like if somebody said, so like let's just say, and I'm positive this won't happen, but let's just say that something, like there was a girl similar to you, kind of this weird poly relationship thing. Her world craters. She, 6-8 months later, gets in a relationship, realizes, hey, you know what? That probably wasn't the best idea for me to be, to do that. Matter of fact, I don't want to do that anymore. But every dude that she tries to date, all that they can think about is that, last year or year before last, she, was in this weird relationship that I don't even actually understand. So obviously, for recreational use only.
Right. And those would be the consequences for her actions, right?
It could be, yeah.
Yeah. Right.
But
And so she needs to
yeah,
accept that.
and I would say that she would have to make a major change. Like she'd have to move somewhere, or you have to make a major change. But
It's
I'm
either
all
that
for
or she makes herself um presentable or accountable to somebody.
correct, right. Well, or she just is so fucking honest about it,
Mhm.
right? Like, hey, like after that first date, that before that second date, you got that phone call, you're setting it up. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
You're like, she's like, hey, I just want you to know you're going to hear some things about me. And most of them are true. And if you hear something that's like really wild, ask me, because it probably is true. But here's the thing. I had a life altering event. I changed. You don't have to believe that. If you can't believe it, if you don't think that you can get past it, that's cool. Walk now. I'm not going to hold it. I'm not going to hold you to anything, so on and so forth. Right.
Oh, I love that picture, John.
Yeah, so we're not tens by any stretch of the imagination, but she is the one my heart desires, and I love her, and she's just...
She looks so happy.
Yeah. So, but I think she's hot. She's cute. I always say she's the most beautiful woman in the world to me, and that's all that matters. So,
solid. That's solid. It's an interesting. I find it interesting too that people get really obsessed with looks, and I mean, I'm not. I'm certainly not immune to that, but I find it interesting that people get so wrapped up in the sexual aspect of the relationship, to the detriment of everything else. I guess that's my biggest, not really complaint, but
well, and to me, I actually am of the belief, and just how I am, that the emotional intimacy that you're able to have with someone amplifies and intensifies the sex. So it's not just a physical thing. I know guys think about it in just a physical sense, but if it's because I mean, there's just, I mean, tell a guy, that goes into an alley to get a BJ from some prostitute, if that really gave, like, he got released, there's no doubt, but like, that it had any kind of significant meaning to him, it did. So
that's a pretty good. Hang on, I want to show you something here in a second. That's a pretty good picture of my wife.
There you go. It looks like you're in my part of the country there.
That's actually in Reno, outside of Reno.
This is a really great way to show a picture of your wife, Grid. It's great.
Isn't it?
Yeah, it's awesome.
You get the right idea, correct?
You mean the idea that hell hath no fury like a woman?
Yeah, I'm just saying, don't mess with the missus. Yeah, that's funny. That's very funny. Actually, hold on. Hang on, stand by. Here we go. Michelle will like this one better, I'm sure. I'm pretty sure, anyway. I don't know. Maybe not. Who knows? We're taking a break, guys. The conversation's been too intense. Too intense. There you go.
There you go. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
How often do you guys go out?
Shooting?
Yeah.
Well, so I was shooting a match, and the next day there was a more informal match, and I'm like, hey, why don't we just stay and, you know, because my son was young and he wanted to go play and all that. And I was like, hey, I forgot to do that again. That's all right.
Mhm.
There's no bad information there. I don't know why I do that. Anyway, so the at the end of the day, we were like, well, we'll go. Why is this not going away?
Here, I got you. There you go.
There you go.
I keep hitting the wrong X. Anyway, so
Yo,
we,
Flo, I saw you.
what's up, Floey?
Oh man, you found me.
I saw you. I
What's
saw
up?
you down there.
What's up, Flo? How's it going?
What's up, guys? Same shit, new day.
Yeah.
Smoking cigs and being sexy.
Are you also
Being modest. as well.
drinking that gin and juice, being laid back with your mind on your money and your money on your mind?
No, I don't really have that much money. I barely drink gin anymore, and
Money is always on his mind.
no, it really isn't either. Like, it's
Really?
not a problem. It's just not it's not, yeah, not a ton of it, but it's not that sparse.
I just can't get. I just love this thing.
Fuck is it?
That's this guy debate named Doobie,
Mhm.
who appears as an animated frog being boiled. And the other day, so the other night, as we're getting ready to do the debate, he was late, and so I'm sitting in the back and I'm just like messing around with my OBS trying to get that clip uploaded so I could just clip back and forth from it. As he comes in, my screen has that up. It was flawless. It was a flawless victory. So, but,
What's
anyway,
that?
what's new?
Not really anything. Nothing at all.
Yeah. That's good.
I was sitting backstage looking or waiting for so long that I started
You
looking
went to
for
sleep?
pictures of Katie when we went shooting.
Mm.
I used to have some pictures of her with my desert. I had a Desert Eagle 50 cal,
Oh, that's cool.
Nice.
and it was a fun juxtaposition because she was like 90 pounds and that gun's like 8.
Like 90 pounds.
It's like a tenth of her weight.
That's awesome. So that's cool. I have actually a real picture of my wife. I don't know if I want to show it though.
You don't show it. Yeah, if you don't.
Yeah, you don't need to probably.
It's weird.
Yeah, somebody will do something nefarious.
Yeah.
Especially like it probably wouldn't have mattered at all until you like announced the second thought. Then that like puts the target on it.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
okay.
You don't. The first rule of Fight Club is you don't talk about Fight Club. In that regard.
All right. Anyway, Flo, did you hear our conversation earlier about men being all wrapped around the axle about women being degenerate or calling women degenerate?
I did not, but it sounds like something that well, go on. Where are you at with it?
I have a problem with most men going on and on about women being degenerate. Not that women aren't degenerate.
They are, and nobody knows how degenerate women are more than other women.
Sure.
But
I'm sure Michelle has some stories that would scare us all to death.
Well, see, girl talk is raunchier than guy talk.
Oh, absolutely.
Is it really? I don't think. Well,
Oh, that's
I don't know what women you talk
100%
to.
true. How do you not know that?
Dude, I found like a messenger conversation between this girl I was dating and one of her friends comparing my penis to a beer bottle neck.
Just the neck part.
That was weird.
Okay, TMI.
Yeah, I remember. So when I started dating my ex-wife, she was she worked at a bar, and I remember the day I walked into her work because I would go there and drink sometimes, and all the girls there were like giving me a look, and I pieced it together. And after she got off, I said, "You were talking about my dick, weren't you?" She's like, "Yeah." Like I just knew every single one of them could have drawn an exact to scale replica of it.
Right?
Oh my god!
It's true. Tell him, Michelle.
I was thinking about the beer bottle neck. I'm sorry. I don't know what the fuck you just said. Like, what the fuck? What did you say?
So I guess if you put a condom on it, it'd be a rubber neck, huh?
Right? Oh my god. What? I'm confused now. Oh.
Well, Flo is now like texting someone.
Yeah. I totally didn't hear what you
My
said.
daughter.
As you're having this conversation.
I was like, "Hey, sweetie, go
This
check out Grade
conversation.
One."
This conversation made you need to text your daughter. That's pretty.
No,
crazy.
she texted me. She wants me to get her from school early tomorrow.
Okay. That's good.
You know what? When you're a good student, that's the sort of privileges you get with me.
Yeah.
Take care of your shit, and I'll get you out of school when you ask me to.
I think that's fair.
Mhm.
Take a mental health day.
Yeah. I think that they have kids crammed up in school way too much for way too long, and so I'm happy to give her more days off than she's allotted.
Mm.
I hold contempt for teachers that like send home a lot of homework because it's like you literally just had this kid for 8 hours. You can fuck off.
Yeah, it's fucked off. But
I always say, what is it that they have to do that you couldn't do in 8 hours?
Right.
But they also, depending on what kind of schools, how your kid's schedule goes, they might have different classes. Like I went to a high school where we had what they call the block system. And so you would have 4 classes a day at an hour and 45 minutes, something like that. And
sounds sucky.
And then, but the thing was, so that each quarter you had 4 different classes, but you went through the entire, so you weren't taking algebra the entire year, you were taking it 1 quarter or whatever, or taking different courses. So, whereas I think a lot of, at least when I was going to school, which has been a long time, because I just realized I looked up, I always like to look up songs that came out, in a certain month, a certain year. And I just realized that Rob from Matchbox and Santana's song "Smooth" is 25 years old now. I feel old.
Yeah, that's an aging piece of trivia.
Yeah.
I love Santana. I can't believe you just said that. That's so mean.
No, it's not that I don't like. I like it. I can't believe it's like, because I remember when that song first hit.
Like fucking 30 years old. Yeah, I know.
It was like
it was
everywhere else, like
on like every
it's like once you get to like realizing that you've like hit the 25-year mark on your like high school reunion and stuff like that. Like, okay, yeah, I feel old.
I knew that I was old when my favorite bands started releasing greatest hits albums, and that was like 15 years ago at this point.
And what band was that, if you don't mind me asking?
Korn, for sure.
Korn, yeah.
Don't act like you're surprised.
They're on their like 4th greatest hits album now, I think.
Yeah.
Well, you know, actually, part of the reason why they do greatest hits the way they do sometimes with some of the artists is because when they renegotiate the music rights with different companies, it's their way of being able to get more, the band or the artist being able to get more money when they do that. So
I thought it's because they were afraid they were going to break a hip.
no, it's because they are negotiating out of deals for current records and.
Bro, how old is Metallica now?
Oh, it's up there.
Like, they gotta be like
Metallica is about as old as I am.
They're running the body doubles now.
Yeah.
Who just joined? What?
It's this thing. Oh, nice.
No shit. What's going on?
Oh, I hit something. I don't know.
What is? Oh, that's the twirl.
Yeah, it was great.
I don't know about you guys, but I used to always play music that wasn't relevant for my time when I was in high school.
What the hell?
Flo, were you like?
Why does this thing give me? You are currently sharing your screen. Can you see that? I've got like a pop-up one.
Yeah.
There's some sort of like a pop-up notice over my end.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Anyways,
I couldn't find any pictures of Katie, but that was from the same day.
Yeah.
So you got a picture of me. I spent too much time rummaging around in the guts of my computer to not give you something that you didn't ask for.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the fact that I didn't ask for it and you gave it to me anyway.
Exactly.
Big gun you got there.
That was the Desert Eagle.
Nice.
Desert Eagle 50. Yep. It was a big novelty item.
I think there was a double entendre with what Michelle just said.
I wouldn't know nothing about the other one, so that's the only gun I saw.
Wait, what's she talking about? She's talking about my dick.
Degeneracy on my show, man.
That's literally why we come on your show.
Is it really?
Pause.
Is that really why you do it?
No.
I just did too. Look how uncomfortable Grid's getting. Look at Grid's face. Look at Grid's micro expressions. I'm gonna cam down and masturbate.
Oh shit!
You know the stupid thing is I actually believe that Flo would do it. Like I don't think he's necessarily joking about that.
He has no shame. He'll fucking piss on camera.
It wasn't my live stream, but I had
I believe that.
It's part
God only knows what he does.
I find it even more hilarious that Mrs. Flo is in the chat while you're just saying that. That's hilarious.
She's like, yeah,
she knows.
That's funny. That's funny. DGen Hour has ripped
commenced
through. So Flo, do you think it's unrealistic for men who claim that most of the women they see are degenerate to expect smoking hot women to not be degenerate?
I think that any man who's running around claiming that women are degenerate is just mad that he missed out on it.
Probably, yeah. There's a lot of that.
So we all come to that conclusion. You would think it seems very obvious.
Yeah. They think that they're fooling somebody, but they're not.
So Glenn and I had this whole thing about how it's cope, right? Body, like people who care about body count is cope, and people who say that people shouldn't care about body count are coping as well. It's like all cope. It's like nonstop 24/7.
I feel like there's a sweet spot in there somewhere. But yeah, it's basically cope.
Yeah, a lot of copium.
Mm-hmm.
Mainline copium.
Pure cope.
So you should actually argue that one out with VO Pod. I think that would
that's actually
even more. That's even a more interesting debate than the one that Glenn had, because like you guys are definitely oppositions, and it'd be awesome.
And have you seen me and VO interact?
No. How is it?
We're pretty entertaining because he's durable. He's emotionally durable.
Mm-hmm.
which is good because, yeah.
Wrongful
Yeah, no, we
Rage
can go
donated
hard, but
We
don't,
got
$10
like,
GTS
super
coming through,
chat.
Flo. Hold that thought.
Flo
Hold that
could
thought.
taken the
Okay.
black chocolate and made caramel babies if he wasn't married. I didn't miss out, I just got tired.
You didn't hear that one, Flo. He said Flo could have taken the black chocolate and made caramel babies if he wasn't married. I didn't miss out. I just got tired. That's funny.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, I'm sorry, I interrupted you there, Flo. Continue.
I don't even remember what I was musing about.
Oh, me and you.
VO pod.
Yeah,
Oh,
me and you were
yeah.
discussing
No,
Biopod. Actually, I
we
might
have-
just
we
go
have
ahead and
good-
set that
You're
up.
talking about Jake.
We have
Jake
good
from
aggressive
State Farm?
banter.
Yeah, I might
Yeah.
actually go ahead and set something up between you guys because it is a good idea.
Jake from State Farm.
Yes, Jake. From State
Jake,
Farm.
yes. Jake.
He's
Jake.
She sounds terrible. Well, yeah, because he's a dude.
yeah. So what is so you and Jake have something to debate about, or what's up with that?
Well, I mean, basically, literally, yes, basically every single thing, any topic or position or opinion you could think of,
Yeah.
we can disagree on that.
Really?
Yeah. If not in kind, then at least in degree.
Okay. All right. What is the biggest what's the biggest thing you guys disagree on, do you think?
Well, I don't know because I don't know him that well, but the last time I talked to him, I think we got Glenn, and so Glenn figured out like that we sort of have this like banter capacity or whatever, and started throwing up like bait questions or whatever. But one of them that like kind of like numbed my brain was Glenn said, "What about if we made it illegal for unmarried couples to live together and for one night stands, right? So if you're not married, you cannot have a girl over your house, basically."
Mhm.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
No, kind of like in the military.
Right.
Wait.
Or in rehab.
Hold on. If you're not married,
right. No sex outside of marriage, no families that are not married. Like marriage is mandatory for
Cohabitation. Yeah.
Okay.
Right. For one night. Right.
Right.
And Jake was like, "Yeah, I can see how that's a good thing. I'd be on board with that." I was like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" Like that's just absurd. It's absurd that a single man who says he's not gay would want this arrangement. And also, how could anybody think that that'd be like that would strengthen families? The idea behind it was to strengthen families, but clearly it would bust apart families way before it would strengthen any.
Well, true, but also, like you can't really argue from that point with such a ridiculous statement. You kind of need to slap them back into reality about what they just said, and you take a page out of Grid's book and you say, "Did you wake up on the Democratic side of the bed this morning?" What the fuck? And then you
That's
flip it
probably
like
a good bucket of cold water, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It helps.
Well, but that's where like at least I don't know if you know Grid JS Urban Adventures, but at least he kind of is in that kind of Christian nationalist sphere, and at least he's like willing to like say the thing out loud, which is I am an authoritarian. I'm like, okay, as long as you can acknowledge that you're reasoning for, and again, and so it's like, I think a lot of people who say these kinds of things now, again, I understand wanting to having a spiritual personal reason for, but the idea that, and again, it's the same thing we were talking about earlier, the idea of shaming people into doing something to not do something for their benefit if they don't see it as something that's beneficial at all is only going to put it underground, right? That's the reality of it.
Yeah. So that's an interesting position. I kind of want to explore that more, but Demolished Doctrine, welcome, Richard. Welcome. Good to see you. the ancient Near Eastern Jews passed that law, and it resulted in marriages that lasted less than 24 hours. Interesting. Probably true. It's an interesting thing, I think, that so I mean, I know 3 out of 4 answers on this panel, but John, I gotta ask you: sex before marriage, moral or immoral?
Again, it's not an issue of morality for me. It's an issue of whether or not it's a from a Christian perspective. It's whether or not it's the sin of the flesh, and the Bible makes it clear that fornication is a sin of the flesh. However, that doesn't mean that it's a unforgivable sin, or that it makes you an evil person, or that it makes you, again, this is the whole problem that we have with the confusion of inflating morality into sin and Christian precepts. So yeah.
So you're not, go on into that. It sounds like you don't are you Christian? It sounds like you're Christian, but you don't have this.
He's a Christian anarchist.
This great mystical view of morality that so many Christians seem to adopt.
Well, my thing is that the morality issue, if you were to go to Jesus's time, the people who were espousing morality were the Pharisees.
Right.
So
they were, because they were corrupting it from what it is, which is not something
right. And it's the same thing like when the Bible talks about judgment, is that it's not so much that you couldn't say things about certain things that you believed to be true or knew to be true. It was, why was someone saying it? And a lot of times when people, you see it now today, even now, nothing is new under the sun, as it says in Ecclesiastes, like they would judge people. Oh, look at the way they're dressed. Look how little money they have. Like everything came back to this reflection of making themselves look better in the eyes of God, which is why Martin Luther so famously said, "My works aren't for God; they're for my fellow man."
Mods, if we could get Richard the link somehow, that would be great. I would like.
If you can make my job faster, reach out to me in Discord. I'll do it really fast for you.
Yes,
but yeah, I tend to this idea of making. I think Christianity is supposed to be counterculture. I don't think it's supposed to impose any type of social norms. I don't think it's supposed
punk rock.
Do anything of morality, because I think morality itself is not as objective as people think it is, and that's
it's situational,
right? Because again, like we said earlier, you weren't here, but like, there was a time when it was objectively moral in the time of Jesus to shun the leopards, but we would look back on it and say, and Jesus shows us that wasn't a good thing.
Shun out those leopards.
Yeah,
and those leopards and those degens.
Yeah, Silver Ogre makes a solid point here, I'm going to answer. It says, don't equivocate. Any sex outside marriage is sinful. Sinful equals immoral, but immoral does not mean irredeemable or unforgivable. So this is actually, I'm on both sides of this fence, because I believe
well, doesn't that hurt your ass?
No, I just write it out on my penis.
the old beer bottle net comes in handy once again.
If you can spread, anyway,
them cheeks.
If you, it's a matter of pounds per square inch. If you got enough square.
Flo taking us back to the degen state.
It's really been remarkably easy to fuck up the whole community.
Yeah. So, on the one hand, I think morality, if we're talking about Christian morality, which I believe is the only actual morality, right? Because
that's what all Christians think.
Which
is strange, because it's such a young religion.
Yeah. So,
well, to be fair, they don't think it's Christian morals, as they think they are objective morals from God. So that's what they would say.
Right. Yeah. Like I think morality is separate from sin in and of itself, and I think that you can have something that is. I would have said it a little differently, Silvar. I would say that all sins are immoral, but not everything immoral is a sin, nor is everything that you might consider immoral actually immoral.
Well, and just go back to
Just
what the Bible,
objectively.
just what the Bible tells us, where it says all things may be permitted, but not all things are profitable, right? So there's an understanding with sin from at least from the view that I take, that it actually impacts you. It has a negative impact on your life. It has a negative impact on the kind of person you are, and it affects your ability to have faith with God and have a good walking relationship with God. So the whole point of it is to deal with it through the holy medicine that Jesus gives. That would be the kind of point of it. So that's
the holy medicine.
Yes. So instead of looking at it as a completely just legality issue, and that's the problem that I have, is we make morality into the equivalency of God's law, or Moses's law, which it isn't. Now, is it not? Now, that's not to say you cannot develop a moral system, or that it doesn't have a moral framework, but to only go to the morality aspect of it is, to me, again, morality is how human beings view what is right and wrong, and therefore, if you're looking at objective truth, to look at it through the lens of just morality is going to make it by that stance.
I think you can reduce it down to everything that is a sin is wrong, but not all things that are wrong are sins. That's how you reduce it down.
Now, I would disagree with Silvar here. That it's not moral virtue is the aim. The target is having is close to like what the Orthodox. I wouldn't disagree with them on this, in the sense of having, they would call it theosis. I would just call it a personal faith and relationship with Jesus. So I mean, that's
Wrongful Rage has gifted some memberships.
Nice. But as you can tell, Flo, I don't fit in with.
Oh man,
a lot of people in that regard. I piss off a lot of Christians.
yeah. I'm right there with you. I'm not Christian enough for the Christians. I'm not atheist enough for the atheists. Of course, atheists, like, culturally are kind of bitches.
Grid, I'm gonna go ahead and jump down. We have Demolish Doctrine coming up soon. Well, you're gonna have 4.
Really classing up the joint.
I highly doubt that.
You were given. You
don't even have an avatar.
I know.
What kind of ghetto ass shit is this?
Oh, I'm waiting on a new computer because my camera kills my computer. It doesn't like it.
I understand that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, take care, Michelle. It was good seeing you.
Thanks. I'll let him in when he comes.
Having you up again, Michelle. It's a lot of fun.
It's been sexy.
See you guys later.
And then there were a few. All right, so I just think it's interesting how, I guess the best way to put it is people conflate things, right?
100%. 100%.
Was Richard able to grab that? Grab that link? He's not up.
She said he's here on his way up. Did you look backstage? You don't always look backstage.
I'm looking backstage. Just because of you, Flo. Just because you whined and cried.
Oh, I can bitch harder than that. Trust and believe.
I know. I've heard you.
Have you?
Not really. I just said that so you'd move on.
Get to some. One of these days soon, you're going to get to.
I just said that so you would just move on.
I'm not the one who had to have a mommy session with Sarah.
Mommy session with Sarah?
Ooh.
When you were mad at Neve and she took you down and one-on-one'd you.
I wasn't even that
true,
mad at
Glenn.
you.
You are an artiste at doing that kind of thing.
Me? Or
no, Glenn. He said no one pisses people off better than me.
Oh,
Glenn already has the link. I'm shocked he's not in the chat right now.
You don't think? Oh wait, hold on. Glenn knows I piss people off better than he does. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I don't know. Silver Ogre coming in. Video killed the radio star. Michelle's computer must have been a radio star because we all know video killed the radio star.
That's fucking tragic. That joke is tragic.
That is dope. That's awesome. Welcome, Richard. How are you, sir?
I am better than I deserve since February the 8th, 2012. How are you?
I'm good. I also am better than I deserve by far.
I deserve more, but I'm still good.
You don't get the Dave Ramsey reference, do you, Flo?
I read a Dave Ramsey book once, but I found it too. It's just too basic. It's great advice for 98% of people.
It was too easy for Flo, is what he's saying.
Well, no, I mean, like, look, I'm self-indulgent with my expenditures. I could probably use actually adopting Dave Ramsey's advice, but as far as intellectually understanding it, it was too. It was.
You already knew it.
He has a very one-dimensional view of debt, right? Like you can, like debt isn't just a problem. You can use debt as a tool, but he never seems to hit that side of the debt equation.
The problem isn't whether or not you can use debt as a tool. The problem is most people's lack of self-discipline in paying for things in a timely manner.
Correct.
Right. Well, it's technically those people aren't using debt as a tool. They are the tool for debt. Debt is using them to farm money.
Yep.
And so it's the opposite with this business that I'm buying. Like I'm going.
I like that. I like the way you phrased that.
Well, thank you. That's the opposite of what I'm going back into debt, right? Like we've actually pulled out money from some properties that we own and that sort of thing so that we have a ready war chest, if you will, to buy a couple of businesses and, and we wanted to make sure we had enough liquid cash on hand so that if we needed something like right now,
I will say this. I do think that the paid off house is a much better status symbol than the new car in the driveway. I think that's what he also says as well, Richard, in his show.
I think for most people that's great. But like for me right now, I'm coming out of retirement to buy a couple of new businesses. I'm really trying to. I'm definitely going to buy the one, and then we're trying to add to it. Even before we bought the first one, we're trying to add another one to it. And I'll probably going back. I'll probably carry about $3.5 million in debt.
There is no cheaper money than a home loan.
Hell no, SBA loan's pretty close.
All right, touche.
Yeah.
Yeah, John, he would say something like, you shouldn't be invested heavily in things that lose value over time.
Yes.
Right, exactly.
So my
but I know sometimes when you do his open, he would say where we value the paid off house more than I just remember him saying that a lot when
that's why. It's because the car was going to lose value.
Yeah.
So one of my baseline beliefs, philosophies, whatever, has always been that everything I buy needs to be worth as much or more than I paid for it when I need to get rid of it, unless it's literally a consumable or I'm willing to live with the amount of lost value. Right. Like obviously food, whatever. But like I have a 5-year rule on cars. Right. So I don't buy anything newer than 5 years old. And I keep it until that fucking thing is dead. So, and I pay cash for cars. I don't finance cars. Paying interest on something that literally loses value every single month is dumb.
That's basically exactly what I do. I haven't bought or sold a car anywhere except for Facebook Marketplace in probably 10 years.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't been using Facebook Marketplace, but I mean, it's kind of like
Facebook Marketplace. If you're quick with it and if you've got cash, you can find some fantastic deals. But
yeah, I found my Ford Ranger.
Fucking Ford Ranger.
I found my Ford Ranger. Did I cut out there?
No, I was making it. You did cut out.
Ford Ranger.
You did cut out,
but I found my '99 Ford Ranger, and it had only like I want to say it was like 35,000 miles on it, and then but I found it for like 30. It was like he was asking for like $3,400 on it. He was trying to get rid of it, and I said, "Well, I have $3,000 in cash. I'll just pay $3,000 in cash." He said, "Sold." So, and it runs. It still runs good.
How do
you know? You never drive it. Did you hear my wife there?
no.
She's like, "How do you know you haven't driven it in a while?"
Yeah.
I go out there and drive it. I just can't drive it out on the road.
Yeah, I just and I mean that's been my entire philosophy, like since I was in college, probably. I hate buying things that lose value, man. Like it just drives me nuts.
It's one of the reasons I had so many guns before the cops decided to take them all. Is they're a great store of value if you get the right ones.
They're perfect, honestly.
Yeah, they were perfect because I had enough money that I could buy a lot of guns, and they'll store value better than gold or silver did. But not enough to actually.
And they convert very quickly.
And that was back in the day. I mean, I feel like I haven't looked at Arms List in a while, but I feel like it got sketchier. But back in the day, it used to be pretty solid.
Oh, I've bought a ton of stuff off Arms List. I love Arms List.
Have you done it recently, though?
Yeah, within the last few months.
Okay.
I love to say that my favorite place to buy guns is the Home Depot parking lot.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
And yeah. Anyway,
I like doing trades. I'd play this game with myself where I'd get a gun and then I'd start the trade line, right? And I'd trade it for this and trade it for that and this and that and see what I could build it up to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I can't believe Glenn didn't come up. So Richard, I wanted you to come up because we started out talking about degeneracy, and along with that comes in the argument or the discussion of morality versus sin. Yeah. And I think that most people tend to my point of view, my perception is that most people conflate morality and sin, where things can be immoral and not be a sin, but all sins are immoral. And I would love your point of view on it. You're a well-read, educated man, and
I don't call you names. That's not fair. No, I'm not going to get mad and return that favor. Okay, so here's what I think is true.
I appreciate that.
You're welcome. Hey, here's what I think is true. There is no sense in writing an instruction and rewards manual for someone who can't do it. What that means is it's written for someone who can do it. In the Bible, there's only one person ever in the history of the planet, or ever would, complete what it demands and gets all the rewards. That is, the intended reader must be Christ. So when it says, sin not, for the Father in heaven is perfect, it's talking to Christ. When it says, don't be a fornicator, it's talking to Christ, etc., right on down the line.
We're off the hook.
That's correct. You are off the hook. All you have to do is accept the grace. That's all you have to do. The reason that Christ is, of course, persecutable and can suffer for the sins of others is because he was righteous within the law. That is, he held the law. He kept the law. He needed no grace and got none. So this makes it obvious to me that he's the intended reader and we are not. So what is sin? Normal?
It's a way of controlling people by conflating your desire for their behavior into some cosmic I mean, can you think of anything more narcissistic than claiming to have the authority of God behind which you?
No, I've brought that up so many times. That is perfect flow. That is brilliant, and you probably don't even know how brilliant that was. How pride laden is it to say I know enough that I should have made a perfect decision and never messed up?
Well, I was talking more about people telling other people what they could do, but yeah, I'll accept the compliment, even if it is a slop.
It's one layer away, maybe one step away, but you were right in there, in my opinion.
Right on.
Interesting. Yeah, I just don't. I don't conflate immoral acts and sin. Sins are sins. Immoral acts are immoral acts. We should strive to be moral people, but I don't necessarily believe that, again, anybody could be 100% moral. Otherwise, again, we would all be, as you very aptly pointed out, we would all be Jesus, and we're not all Jesus. So, yeah, solid work.
So what do you think? Are we talking really about morality or ethics here? I mean, are you talking about some supposedly objective standard that couldn't be understood or held? Or are you talking about how we should treat each other?
I think
go ahead.
I mean, I think that morality is basically a system, right? And it's a system for how, look, moral behavior is behavior that will unify and strengthen a society. It's the rules for living within society, but it's not like judgment laden. It's just like, if you want this outcome, which is a unified society, you have to have these inputs, which is basically things that foster trust and respect between people within that society or community, right? So
all that follows.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, it's a tool to an end.
Put a bow on that.
Well, that's what morality is, right? So there isn't really, I guess you could say it's universal in the sense that the rules of the system are the same for everybody. How it works is the same for everybody, but how you should behave in a given situation is definitely so it's circumstantial or situational.
Yeah. So thereby all morality, social or personal, is circumstantial.
Yes, it depends on who the object is that you're dealing with, and it's situational.
That's those are some interesting observations. So when I like it. I like most of it. However, I mean, I do believe that I don't know. I have a mixed viewpoint on whether ethics or morality.
I don't think that there's any. I've yet to hear somebody explain the difference to me in a way that made me think it was anything more than a distinction without a difference.
I think it's whether or not it's societally mandated, or it's supposed to be objective from some God. I think that is supposed to be the difference.
No, so I think ethics. To be honest with you, I think ethics are just your personal viewpoint, right? Like this, I mean, to me, I don't see anything wrong. Well, all right, so most people would say it's unethical to fire a customer, right? Like they're paying you money.
The fuck if it is.
Huh?
The fuck if it is.
Right. So I fired customers all the time, and I thought it was one of the most ethical things they ever did was not take their damn money and tell them to go somewhere else because they were idiots and didn't deserve my services. And a lot of people say that that's unethical. That's for a lot of reasons. And so I don't know. I'm that's a rabbit hole. I don't know that I'm really put enough thought in to go down right now. So
for me, I've always accepted the term that when you're speaking of ethics, you're speaking of broader social value systems which adhere to standards. For example, like don't murder type of thing, versus like a morality issue being something that is of a person's how they interact, their morality. It's their moral system acting in that. And the distinction in them would be one in function, and the second would be their distinction in that one, you can espouse certain ethics for society, but you cannot espouse certain morality or all morality for all of society. So that's just
so. Is that something like umbrella and nuanced?
It's more. It seems like it's sort of like sympathy and empathy. Like you like it seems like two words that are essentially the same thing that you could spend the rest of your life running circles around. It's all ethics to me, baby.
They all have a base core structure. There's no denying that. It's just in their function of how they are examined, and so people have used the word ethics to speak of a more global standard of something versus moral, which might have a more individual. But people would suppose that there are certain morality that is imposed or warranted in certain ethical systems, which is a different question altogether.
All right, well, let's rather than just continuing circling.
Yeah, no, I'm just giving my inference.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I wasn't picking on you.
Yeah, he was.
I mean, I was going to pick on Flo, but it's hard to pick on somebody who's sitting there texting or sexting or whatever it is that he's doing.
It's not my fault that I got a boner earlier.
I think we're just going to have to call it bottlenecking, right?
I've got a
bottleneck.
I've got a
bottleneck. Just got a whole new meaning.
Yeah, that one's gonna hang around. The titling videos, titling and description boxes and all that shit, like it's so tedious.
Okay.
You don't know about that? You don't know nothing about that? What's your descriptions and shit look like?
Well, you can look at it right there. It's right
I'm
in front.
about to.
So well, let's just kind of let's just change lanes for a minute. What about man, I don't know. We're talking to Dave Ramsey now. I want to talk money stuff, but I don't know where to go with it right now.
Well, I would be out of my depth in that regard because I'll defer to you on that.
Well, then that's a great conversation you should have, John. I mean, if you don't have sound theory on how the American money system works and how to use it best for yourself and for your family, then that's definitely a conversation you should have.
I'm saying though, but I'm saying I can't speak on that. Like he can speak on it. I just won't have a lot to add is what I'm trying to say.
Well, then ask questions instead.
If there's questions that came up, I would, yeah.
I'll bet you would.
Do you guys I think one of the things that most people don't realize, so most people think that to get into business, for example, you have that, the thing for you to do is to go down, learn a trade, learn a skill, work, go into business for yourself, build a company, whatever, find investors, whatever it is. I've done it that way, and you can do it, but if I were going to tell somebody, especially today, if somebody just wanted to they're just looking for something where they can make a good living and at some point retire with more than a little bit of a pension. Buying a business that's successful and is working is not a bad way to go. It requires you have some ready cash, not necessarily a lot, but some. And you've got to be able to. You really need to be able to tell a good story. Really.
So, how much is Flow State Inc. worth? How many Twinkies?
Flow State Inc. is worth about a nickel and pocket lint.
You don't know how many hoes I got stashed away in the crawl spaces.
in the crawl spaces. And you know what? I don't want to know. I don't want to know. That sounds like some rank and
From John
vile.
Wayne Gacy shit. You're right, it is. And why do you think
meant
I'm here looking for the next
was a
one?
great
Who will
cult
it
Not
be?
what he meant. You guys are misreading Flo completely. He likes collecting farm implementation.
There you go.
Yes, mostly scythes for threshing the wheat.
Yeah, that's important too.
Mm-hmm.
That's not what a scythe is for, city boy.
What's it for? I knew I was going to fuck that up.
Okay, so imagine the Grim Reaper, right? And
Right.
the crooked staff with the long blade, the long curved
Right,
blade at
right.
the top at about a 90-degree angle. It's
For
supposed to
collecting
have
the
two
crop.
handles on it.
Okay.
Okay. And those handles are slightly adjustable. But anyway, the idea is to swing from your rear right toward your front left, pulling toward you with the blade at the same time at a slight angle to cut the plants off close to the ground.
Have you done that?
I have done acres of that.
God damn, you're old, aren't you?
No, mom and dad were really into doing things the traditional way.
Which is
You know,
why
actually, I know
it's
people who
interesting
do-
when you look at
do
the
this
biblical imagery of the rider on black, or I believe, or is it the red? I'm trying to remember which one. It has the scythe, so I think it's the black rider.
Actually, it's in the book of Revelation, speaking of the Reaper, which is where we get the idea of the Grim Reaper, but it's speaking to the one who reaps the harvest. That is the harvest reaper. That is to say, the Christ. So it's actually Christ, which is pretty funny to me, pretty ironic.
Don't fear the Reaper.
I've heard people say that, like each four horsemen represents a different function or form of Christ.
It's interesting because I know people today that still use scythes and swing blades and all of that.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
I'll tell you what, if you're any good at it,
I don't know.
It is fast. More than that, it's
fast.
inexpensive.
Right. That's the other thing. Because all those tools and technology, like I could remember last year I went to Nebraska to visit. We went for the Michigan-Nebraska game, and we were staying with some family, my wife's family, and they had a huge farm, and they were doing where they are on the huge tractors collecting the soybeans, and they have those machines are like multi-million dollars, and it counts how many you get.
Yep.
But when those things go down, the cost is insane. I mean, I was told that the guy was like, yeah, when these go down, it's almost half a year's worth.
I'll tell you what, this is not a brag. This is just how well designed the tool actually is if it's well maintained. I'll put a weed eater in your hand, any brand of your choice, and a 30-inch scythe blade and scythe in my hand. And in the amount of time it'll take you to cut down whatever amount, I promise I can do it in half the time that you can.
Really?
Absolutely.
So, yeah, I mean,
you got to factor in how many times you got to fill the thing with gas, or if it's electric, how many.
So I've watched. So I don't do it. But I know people that use the scythe, and they once you get into that rhythm, it just goes. It goes really fast. It's not effortless, but it's very smooth, and I don't know. I've heard. I mean, the people I know who use them, they have it's like 5 or 10 acres. And it probably takes them 2 days of just leisurely cutting to cut it.
Yeah.
They could do it in probably an hour, 2 hours on a tractor. But with the tractor, they have to worry about, damaging the tractor on rocks. They have to worry about getting stuck in the mud, which has happened actually. I've watched them get a 4-wheel drive tractor stuck. That was impressive. So I mean,
Well, and then there's all
you
the
know,
computerization with all the new
sometimes,
tractors.
man, modernity lures us into this trap of thinking things are easy when they're just convenient.
Well, it's like I'm trying to remember. There's like and it was out like on YouTube as a GIF or a meme, but it comes from like a movie or TV show where the guy is like advertising the washing machines or the refrigerator, and they're just kind of, or I think it's the washing machine. And they go, "Well, don't you want to free yourself up for time?" And the lady's like, "Free ourselves up for what?" Like
I saw that commercial.
Yeah, yeah. And it's kind of like and this is kind of what has happened with the Industrial Revolution and modernity is that we go, oh, yeah, yeah. And they go, well, how long will it take for us to buy it? Or how long will it take us to earn it? And that's the thing. You actually are trading out your time. And there is something to be said about what your time is worth. And if you're going to buy something now, especially back then it was different, but now when it's all China made and it's all cheaply made, and you have to like buy 3 or 4 different things, but it makes you work more. And that was all on design and purpose. So
yeah, I would never say that I would put myself up even against like a walk behind tractor. There's no way I can beat that,
Right. Yeah.
But against like a human with a weed eater, yeah, that guy with a weed eater don't stand a chance.
Well,
now,
I mean, you're talking about like with the 30-inch blade, you're talking about realistically like a 25, 26-inch cut.
Yeah, at the correct angle, yeah.
Yeah.
And so you're talking, weed eater has what, like an 8-inch cut, 12-inch cut?
Yeah, maybe 10.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have 1/8 of the power I have.
And not to mention, I don't know about you guys with what is it, that wiry, whatever the stuff that cuts it, it always seems like you're having to replace that stuff,
Oh yeah, the wires. Yeah, those
I
things
I hate weed eating because of that very thing. I hate it so bad. Good thing I have a kid to make him do it, and don't have to worry too much about it. Yeah,
well,
I don't know.
Haven't found a string line they could make that's actually durable enough. I mean, people have tried like twisted wire cable. They've tried solid blades. They've tried all kinds of stuff, but you can't get an idiot to be safe with a solid blade or essentially a aircraft cable. You just can't do that. So they go with this plastic stuff, and there's no way it's durable enough.
Well, and that goes back to the thing. It's made idiot proof, but it's not necessarily effective. And we get to this point where we, instead of someone like learning from somebody that knows how to do that and teaches them like proper care of the tools and proper technique, we just, oh yeah, I can do it. And, and then it's kind of like there are people, it's made for people who are idiots and who don't want to take the time to learn the old ways. And there's something about the old ways and a lot of different things that still work. I think about the fact that storing things in pig fat, pork fat, is still one of the most reliable ways of preserving meat if you do it right. So.
Interesting stuff.
Good shit.
Yeah. Well, anyway, but buying a company, John, is it depends on how you're going to do it and what you want to do in life. But like for example, I'm buying a company that does is in a commercial building arena. You can't really get into. I mean, I'm under an NDA, so there's only so much I can say. But
right, yeah. Don't say anything that's
But basically, like schools, hospitals, commercial buildings, contractors that build subdivisions, things like that, where there's a lot of something, right? That's I'm buying a business that does that. They do about, I think this year, I need to look at their numbers for this year, but I think they're going to do about 4.5 million in sales. That translates, by the time it's all said and done, to about, I think they're doing 480 to 500 in cash flow.
Yeah.
And that's just, and basically that's the owner structured it such, because he's a single, files as a single person LLC. So he's basically structured it so that the company only pays for they pay for like the vehicle he uses, and he pays himself rent, because he owns the building that the property's in. So that's paid out of the company. And then he doesn't actually get a paycheck. He just gets paid out of that cash flow. But he has to maintain, because of the way, and you have to really think about when you're looking at buying a business, if you're actually going to succeed, one of the things you have to do is understand how the ebb and flow of the business works. It's just like anything else in life.
Right. Yeah.
If you don't know how it works, you're going to fuck up. And
well, and in some businesses like restaurants,
no, restaurants are horrible. I would.
You're gonna at best you have to expect at least a 3 to 4 year loss.
No, if you start a restaurant, just expect to go out of business.
Just expect that at some point you're going to go out of business. Wonder Dog, yeah. Well, we were talking about degeneracy earlier. We've kind of beat that.
Then we all came
specific horse to death, and now we're talking about. I'm just kind of rambling about money right now.
We beat that horse, and then we cut its head off with the scythe.
Yes. We brought up scythes, and then that was fun. But when if you're looking at a business like that, so let's just let's say that your accounts receivable operates on like should operate on about a 45 day turnover, but more than likely is going to run out to 90. That means if it costs you between payroll, buying materials that are not prepaid for, gas, all of the things that
any type of overhead and any other,
all of the overhead, all of the out of pocket cost. Let's say for a medium sized business or a small business that has probably 15 employees or so, that's probably going to be just under $200,000.
I do have to ask you. I don't know how many people you actually employ, but whenever I talk to people who have people that work for them, and in general, when I know lots of managers of different companies, and it seems to be pretty universal, although it seems to be more systemic in entry-level jobs where they're just having a hard time filling those positions.
Well, I can get into that in a minute, but at any rate, so let's just say that your carrying cost, your working capital you need to have like $250,000 in the bank at any given time just to do business. And so you have to make sure that like in my case, I'm making them put that in the deal. Like that's part of the deal. If I buy the business, there has to be about I think we've settled on $250,000 in capital, working capital. Yeah. So and then of course,
who wants to buy a business just to go in debt in the first month without even
yeah. Hey, Tiki Tack, good to see you. Good to see everybody that's stayed around. We had a pretty good number of people, and now we've kind of settled down a little bit. That's okay. As far as staffing, so the businesses I tend to go into, like when I owned the body shop was the worst, but when I owned the various mechanic and body shops, I had up to 60 people or so working for me at any given time. And I never had any problem finding employees. I think businesses that say they have trouble finding employees are looking for very specific employees. And it doesn't,
or they run through them,
or they just run through a bunch of inexperienced employees or whatever.
Well, because one of the things I have a friend that is like I said, a manager. He's a manager at a different restaurant now, but he was a general manager at this other restaurant for about 14 years, and he was telling me about how This is back last year, but basically, they would come in for the interview. They'd go through all the work of filling out the application, going through the interview, and then they just wouldn't show up.
Well, yeah, I mean, so that's.
And then it seems to be a lot of the younger people. That's why I'm saying the entry level, because every time I go in the supermarket, and I don't know. And see, there's another dynamic, I think, which is like, especially with like grocery stores, from what I know of all the people I know that work there, is they want people who are warm bodies who are willing to work 40 hours a week or 40, you know what I'm saying? Like, and they want that. And the people who are young, like out there looking just for a few extra bucks besides, just to pay for their pot and whatever else they got going on in their life because they're living with mom or whatever, like they don't want to put in the work, or they don't want to be held accountable.
Yeah, I don't hire those kind of people at all.
Yeah, I'm just saying. But
as a matter of fact, I don't ever want to own a business where I have to hire people like that.
Yeah,
like it's just the dumbest thing ever. Like, first of all, like I had a problem. Like the worst, I told you the body shop was the worst.
Yeah.
The body shop was the worst because all painters are drug addicts.
It's true.
The drug dealer is agreeing with me.
It's true. It's true. There's also
hilarious.
Some of the weirdest people.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether it's alcohol, pills, weed, coke, crack, smack, meth. It doesn't. They're on something. All of them. Every single one of them. You can't get away. It's an immutable fact. Now, every now and again, you'll find a really high level, high functioning painter that's not a drug addict, but he probably drinks a lot. Not to the point.
Or he's autistic. There's some of the people are so like savant, detail oriented that.
Yeah.
Well, and I also know that you could tell they're on drugs partly because when you talk to painters, it's like you're listening to a completely different language. Because they're like talking so high pace, Yeah, at least partially. The ones that I knew, But it seems to me like you see.
No, dude, they're all. I mean, it's the chemicals are around. It's the hours they work. Yeah. It's
just odd people. I mean,
it's just it's and I mean, we're talking about house painters, car painters.
Yeah,
it doesn't fucking matter. They're all drug addicts. So, and this is how this goes, John. So I'd hire a guy in, right?
Uh-huh.
Tell me, you other guys chime in if you've heard this, if you've heard this before. I'd hire a guy in, great painter, good, reasonable references, but always, they never want to. Obviously, I never called their references because I know what they were going to say. And I'd have them do a painting test. They'd shoot something for me. It was great. And you put them to work, and for like 2 weeks, it was flawless because they didn't have any money to go get drugs. They didn't have any money to go get high. They didn't have any money to go get drunk every night, nothing like that. And so they get that first paycheck, and then you notice a small drop in performance, but nothing concerning, right? And they get a couple of paychecks under the belt. They pay off Cousin Vinny. They paid off the whichever drug dealer they owe. They're no longer afraid of getting. Sorry,
me probably.
Yeah, they paid off Flow State. They pay off. They get their rent caught up. So that's usually takes somewhere between, depending on how much they were able to get done, and because we offer commission on jobs and stuff like that. So depending on all of that, you're looking at probably 6 weeks in. That's where they actually have like real spending money. Like all their bills are caught up. The wife's off their back, or their girlfriend's off, or maybe they got their girlfriend to move back in with them. Whatever. I don't judge. And so
they got a little extra cash flow, and they go.
Now they got that extra cash flow. And I kid you not, you could watch the performance level drop, and then it would drop, and then they'd hit their maintenance stage, right, where they could do they get high, drunk, whatever enough to still be able to do the job, but it was they were degraded, right? They couldn't do it as fast, and that they could, and some of those guys could hold that level a long time before they ended up just crashing out, and then they would start missing work. The job would, they would be pumping work through, and not really, because they're just trying to get done so they can go get high or drunk or whatever, and they just push work through, and it'd be fucked up, and they'd have to redo it, or whatever, and they just start having problems, and then I'd have to fire them. And then I'd hire another guy. It was such a rotisserie. It was such a roundy round that I literally went to the community college and the Votech school, both of which had auto body programs. And I said, look, actually in Denver. So I went to the Lincoln Tech thing there. They have an auto body program.
Yep, I've heard.
And then I went to, they had a Votech school down the street that also had a auto body program. So I went and I said, look, if you have a student that has any talent for laying paint down, for spraying paint on the cars, and they show up for class and stuff, if you think this guy could work out as a painter in the future, or he's doing well enough here that you think he's employable, just send him over, have him tell the girl at the front desk that you sent them, and we'll hire him on the spot. And we did. I hired people they didn't even have they filled out an application after they filled out their W-2, because literally we, and I would put them over in final prep before it goes into booth. And literally the painter that was in the booth, most of them knew that the guy standing outside the booth getting it ready to go, that was the guy they were training that guy to take their job.
Yeah.
Right. Because it was just a revolving door. But I solved the problem because I couldn't be held up. I couldn't be held hostage by these painters. After the first one, that's what I ended up doing, because after the first couple of painters where I couldn't fire them because they were the guys, I could go over and spray the paint, which is what I ended up doing a lot of times. Or I could have those guys, those guys could do it, would do it, but I'd have to basically just keep paying them to do half-assed work. And I hated that.
Yeah. My dad used to tell me all the time, because my dad was in the, it still is in the property management industry. And so just a good success story there. My dad started off as mowing lawns for the company, and now he's the president of it and owns over 60, and owns now almost 70% of the company. The rest I think is now pretty much by my mom, but yeah, so they so he worked his way up, literally the old fashioned way. But when he became like the maintenance supervisor, and he would start hiring guys for maintenance, and all the way up until when he became, up in the echelon, he would be a part of that process of hiring the maintenance guys. He would always tell me, I'd rather hire somebody who has some technical aptitude, but has very little experience, but has the willingness to work. Because he said, I am sick and tired of these maintenance guys that have been working for like 15, 20 years. And they don't want to be told how to do the job.
Yeah,
I know how to do it. I've been doing it for this long. Yeah. But that always annoys my dad, is that you get these guys that be like that way.
Oh, there he is. Look at that guy.
Did I see a phallic symbol there? What?
No, he's just polishing his beer bottle. But Flow State, am I wrong about the painters?
No, you're dead ass right.
Also,
right.
I saw Ticky Tack talking about the computer guys. Ironically, I agree that the computer guys are often drug addicts as well, just because of the hours they keep and all of that kind of nonsense. I don't know, man. I had such a weird deal with spray painters in the body shop. It was crazy. I loved the body guys though. I used to hire these Mexican guys or Latinos. So that I tried all kinds of crews in the and this is the most racist thing you'll ever hear from me. I used to hire, I hired basically anybody that would show up and do the damn job. And I ended up having a noticing that I would hire like white guys, black guys, Mexican, Latino guys. I mean, I think most of them were from like El Salvador or somewhere, but whatever. And then the amigos, I called them amigos. So I would hire in the amigos, and then I would hire in these Asian guys, and most of those were Hmong from in the Denver area. And the amigos were the best hires I could ever ask for when I would hire in for the body shop. The reason why is of course I ran an ad all the time, body shop help needed, come on down, we pay reasonable, we pay fair, good working conditions, blah, 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 blah. I didn't write the ad, I just interviewed the people. So I'd have these guys come in. The way a white guy or a black guy have a conversation at work is like this, propped up against something, talking, or they'll just take that 30-minute smoke break to sit there and jabber. And so I never liked that at all. And Mr. Mister's like his granddad has a body shop. He loves the Jews and Hispanics. Yeah. I don't know that I had any Jews work for me, but
Jews don't do that stuff.
I hired anybody. So I figured out that if I hired one amigo, he usually had 2 buddies or 3 buddies that I could hire a whole crew in, right? And one of them would be a master. Like that guy knew everything there was to know about body work and paint and, prepping a car for paint. That guy was he was just fucking awesome. And then there'd be the other 2 or 3 guys would be like varying skill levels and all that. And they would work. What I figured out is early on is that those guys would get there like 15 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes before we opened, and they would be waiting in the parking lot. We'd open the doors, they go in, and they just get right to work. They clock in at exactly time to work. Like if work started at 8, they clocked in exactly at 8 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
And they would work their ball sack off until break time. At break time, if break time was at 10:15 or 10:30 or whatever the fuck it was, if they got a 15-minute break, for that 15 minutes, nothing happened. Nothing. They would go eat their tamales. They would call their wives or girlfriend or girlfriends of their wives, whatever. But at 15 minutes, they were back over on the job, like instant. Like it was freaky. Same thing with lunch. Lunch would come up. They'd stop work. I mean, I didn't even have to go out and look. I knew that if it was noon, which lunch was noon to 1. If it was noon, if it was 12:01, there wasn't one of those guys in there unless he was washing his hands or something. Right? Like all of them. They're all, and they go out, they go sit together, eat their food, and go right back to work at 1 o'clock.
So let me see if I got this right, Grid. The prejudice thing you're going to say is also true and complimentary.
Yes. And
okay, this is not very good prejudice, though.
I know I'm not a very good racist. I'm really not. And the same thing with the Asian crews. And I knew that the minute they walked in that door, the radio was going to go on. And I had no idea where the radio came from, but the radio was going to go on, and the music would be ear blistering, whatever the fuck it was, mariachi or whatever the fuck it was. Ear blistering. But they would work all fucking day. And I mean work hard. Like they did not stop. But they took their breaks. I promise you, 100%. Break time was break time. They didn't fuck around. But there was no horseplay. Very rarely horseplay. Now, when there was horseplay, it was like if what I really noticed, if one of them was in a bad mood, the other guys would give that guy shit. They just nonstop until that guy was laughing and joking. I mean, they're like throwing things at him. They're snapping at him with the wipe down cloths. Whatever it was, that guy could not be in a bad mood. Like, he wasn't going to bring the whole crew down, period. And it was fun. It was just it was amazing to watch. And the same thing with the Asian kids, the Hmong guys. They would work. I mean, just work just like they should. And I could never get white or black guys to do that. And I tried. I mean, I hired anybody. I didn't give a shit. But
that's exactly how it was in concrete.
Was it really?
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, every now and then you get a white or a black guy, but like I was I was probably the youngest. Nobody younger than me, white or black, would do shit.
Yeah.
And I was 30. I was in my early 30s then. So
yeah, I'm just telling you, man. I when I owned the body shop, I never worried about my body work, guys. Now in the teardown, and now, right, you have to understand, we have a teardown area, right? So that's where the broken ass cars come in, and we take them apart. And that was usually, like, I forget. I had, like, most of those guys were like mechanics that didn't want to work flat rate hour anymore. Like, so they were all old and crotchety and grumpy, but they could work. They worked fucking fast. Like, they knew exactly how to take all of the shit apart. They bitched a lot. They whined about how much I paid them. But they showed up. They did their job and went home. And that's all I really asked. I don't want to be your friend. I don't care about hearing about. I don't want to hear about your wife. If you want to start a Christmas fund, yeah, great, cool. Do the Christmas club thing. It's great, awesome. I'm here to get work done and make money. That's what we're here for. It's not a social club. And but I love the Amigos were awesome, man. They were really good, and they were honest too. I remember when I took the shop over. Obviously, the guy that I bought it from, he had fucked this up completely. He told me point blank, he's like, man, you're gonna get some. And of course, obviously he called them. All Latinos were Mexicans, right? And he said, you're gonna get some Mexicans in here. They'll do a good job to steal you blind, boy. And I'm like, all right, I don't believe that, but okay. I think anybody would steal me blind given the chance. But I never had. I mean, the only time I ever caught people stealing from me was almost always a painter. It was almost it was almost always a white guy who was doing side jobs, or
he was taking materials for the side job.
Yeah, he's taking materials for the side jobs and doing shit at home, which is why he was late to work every fucking day or had to leave early every day. And and I would, shit like razor blade, boxes of razor blades would come up missing because he needed them at home to work, or
blue tape rolls. Shit.
We're going through like 5 times the amount of tape that we've ever have before, right? and so that was but in the body shop, I mean, those guys, they're using a shit ton of sandpaper, sanding disc, grinding disc, all kinds of tools. Like, I never hired a crew that brought their own tools. We had a toolbox that sat, that was for the body shop to use to take fenders and bumpers and shit off. And I never had to I don't remember ever really replacing anything important out of it. It's not like they took home the whole socket set or something. But we lost a lot of shit for sure. But I have no idea.
I'm gonna have to tell you good night and thank you.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, Richard. I know that I wanted to have
for an old man. That's all.
I wanted to have a more esoteric conversation for you, but to be honest with you, we'll get around to it. Yeah, yes, plenty of time for it.
As far as I can understand, we have an eternity to talk about everything. So thanks a lot, and work on your prejudice. You do suck at it.
I'm a very bad racist. I am.
Not very good at all. Yeah. Okay. You guys have a great night. Good to
Be
see
good.
you all.
Yeah,
Peace.
a great night. Also, Glenn Lawrence, welcome to the show.
What it do?
We're just talking shit. What are you doing?
Oh, just talking shit.
Yeah, we were talking about degeneracy earlier. You missed it.
He was probably out doing it.
He probably was. Wrongful Rage sending in another
Wrongful Rage donated $10 super chat.
I don't like how
Not all
Flo tells
stereotypes
him
are
you
bad,
tell.
but not all
I was
are
just
good.
speculating.
However, we all got our lazy bundle of sticks amongst us.
You snitch on
It's
yourself.
hard to train out lazy
No, remember I told
when
you
no
the
purpose
demon
is
and the angel on
motivated
my
or
shoulder.
inspired within.
Chat.
It's all your fault.
Oh, yeah.
Now I got to read it again. $10 came in from Wrongful Rage legend. Not all stereotypes are bad, but not all are good. However, we all got our lazy bundle of sticks amongst us. It's hard to train out lazy when no purpose is motivated or inspired within the work. I like that. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Yeah, no, I had the paint shop was an eye opener for me. It also was the first time that I'd ever seen a business that just literally was like an ATM and just printed money every day. So
What was that? The body shop?
yeah.
So you were doing insurance jobs mostly?
Oh, I did, dude. This is an important lesson in business. When I bought the body shop, I paid $600,000 for it, which was a shit ton of money at the time. But it had a great building. It had a very long lease at a low rate, and that was the only reason that business was worth a fucking dime. Well, we had a bunch of equipment, but it had been run really poorly. The guy was doing some insurance jobs, some off the street jobs, but he was barely surviving off of insurance, which I couldn't understand. But he had it had 4 booths. It was a massive building, and it had you could pull the car in at one end, and it had a tear down area, and then it had off to the side there was a couple of frame machines, and then it rolled straight from there into a prep area where you could do sanding and body work and paint and all that. And then, or not paint, but you could primer it, I guess. But mostly it was like just all the filler and shit, do all the sanding, all the dirty shit. And then you went through another section into the final prep area, and that's got wiped down, it got blown out, everything was great. And then it went into the booths. There were 4 paint booths, and set up specifically for cars, 1 RV booth, and then a primer booth. It was great. And I mean, it was such a great operation, but it wasn't making that much money. And even before the paperwork had finished, getting signed, I had already gone around to every rental car company in the Denver area, and I said, hey, we're under new ownership, got really good painters in there now, we're turning work around really fast, and all you need to do is send the car over, and we'll take care of it, and we'll deal with the insurance companies, we'll deal with all of it, you don't have to do anything. And I hired we'll get to that in a minute. And I went around to everybody. So right away we started getting more insurance business, because those guys always need work done, like every day. So, and they don't care. They're not emotionally invested in getting the work done. So they didn't care. So the paint booth, the next thing I did was to go out and once I had everything signed and I could actually hire people I went to the good dealership body shops, and I hired away the service manager and the body shop manager from one was from a Cadillac dealership, and I think the second one was from maybe a Ford dealership. I forget what brand he worked for, but they were both like, they did tons of work. I mean, the Caddy dealership had a car wash, like a legit, like automatic car wash on site. So they washed every car, like every time they did anything to it. It was fucking crazy. But this guy that worked at, Cadillac, he, on an $80,000 base salary, he made almost 200 grand the year before.
Wow.
Because he gets commission, right?
It's a hell of a commission.
Right. Right. And this guy's just like clocking it down.
Damn,
And,
that's a real good commission.
Yeah. No, dude, I mean, he gets paid per car. He gets paid, how much, and so I told him, well, actually, I don't know that he made 80 grand. I think he probably had a higher base salary. Maybe he had a higher base. It doesn't matter. I offered him $80,000 in commission, and he came to work for me, and he killed it, dude. Like, it was, he could run that body shop through, and the biggest thing was that he was as the service writer. The service writer generates all of your money. Like, there's always one guy in every business that makes you your money. And whether it's a salesman, whether it's an operations manager, or a specific technician, but there's almost always one guy or one department, that makes all of it. And the service writer, and we ended up with 3 service writers, but he managed the service writing. If the thing is that he would, the car would come in from insurance, and the insurance guy would have said that, well, it needs this, 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 and this. And he would find 5 more things that should be covered. And then he would remember to put it, that it had a front end collision. So he'd put the radiator in it, and then the time to replace the radiator. And he never missed anything that we needed to charge for. Right. So we never gave away work ever. And we never missed work. Like, one of the things that I inherited when I took over was this college girl, had some little piece of shit car, like a Cavalier or something. I don't know what it was, but it had a light front end hit, and the prior owner had repaired it. And since we bought it, we didn't technically have to, because we're a new business. We didn't have to do anything with it, but just in the interest of not, getting flamed all over the fucking internet, I took care of it. And what they had done is when it had that collision, the fan shroud had gotten bent. Well, she never ran her AC during the winter. And so as soon as it hit summer and she ran the AC, it's sitting there going, tack, 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 it sounds like a fucking car is coming apart. And so Tom never missed any of that. Like, I mean, he was like the best at that shit. And he could talk to the insurance companies. Like, the original quote would be like $3,000, $4,000 for the job, and we would get another $2,000 out of the insurance company, because he knew how to play their system like they did, right? Maybe better. So that was one of the things. And then the actual body shop manager, he and I went around, and we went to Colorado DOT. We went to Denver Public Works. We went to all of the rental car companies. The airport had its own maintenance facility there for the rental cars, and I guess all of them kind of used it, but they didn't have a paint and body facility. And one of the things that annoyed them is that they had to actually they didn't have a way to efficiently get cars from out at the airport into town where there was an actual body shop. So what we ended up doing was we had more or less, I know for at least 6 months, I basically had a full-time wrecker guy, Larry's Towing. He would literally, I think that's all he did, was he did basically 6 tows a day for us. And then and whatever he did at night. But during the daytime, he would on his way in, he would pick up a car out at the airport, bring it to the shop, pick up one from the shop, take it back to the airport, and he just went back and forth all day, collecting that good insurance money. And so, and the airport guys loved us because they didn't have to deal with it, and we just made it really easy. So, I mean, it was just a matter of figuring out where the money was getting lost. Where it was falling through the cracks and bleeding out, and then how to put the right people in position to make sure everything got done. But I mean, you got to build a team, right? So like the front office lady was super important because the lady I hired for the front office, she had to be able to follow up on all of the bills, make sure that all the insurance companies were called, and everybody, insurance companies were the worst for sending the first check and not sending the second. So we had,
you think they're bad? Try a general contractor.
You're right. Yeah. Yeah. They said that first check, that thing comes like that, but that second check, man. And she would, and so she had to stay on top of that. She had like an entire separate board basically, or thing with all of the invoices on it. And if they had been the second check, or the supplementary checks had come in or not. And so that was I don't know, man. We it just all of it. Rental car companies, public works. We weren't really. I didn't like to do the police cars. Like a lot of people think that if you get PD, fire department, all that. The fire department. I think we fixed like an ambulance or two once, or not the EMT van or whatever that the fire department has. I think we did some work on it once, but that was only because we had an RV booth and other shops didn't. But I didn't chase that money. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Mainly because it takes so long to get paid compared to other agencies. What I found was anything that had to do with the police department, the sheriff's department, or the fire department, the fire department would issue a repair order or whatever. They'd send it over. We would start the billing process, and it would be easily 90 days to 6 months before we saw a check. And they want it back within a week. Like the thing is that we would do the job and they'd have it back in like days, and it would take 3 to 6 months to get my money. So I never chased that business. There were other companies that were perfectly willing to do that. I didn't want to.
Right.
So USPS actually, the mail department pays really quick, and so does UPS. UPS would come in, and as long as we could get that truck fixed quick, and almost always it was something simple. Almost always. FedEx and UPS, while they were like, I don't know about the independent FedEx guys now, but back when all the FedEx trucks were FedEx trucks, dude, they would like instant payment. But most of the time, those trucks would get totaled. Like you would have you'd have a FedEx truck come in, and it would be like, it wouldn't look that bad. But once they put it on the frame machine, once they started digging into it, that truck would be junk because they're like aluminum, and they're just not very well. I don't think they're well built.
You know what is well built is a U-Haul.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've ever wrecked a U-Haul, but let me tell you what, it will be fine. And whatever it hits will not.
I don't think we ever fixed any U-Haul like body, like the back of them, but the front of them, I fixed a lot of the front of them, dents and fenders and hoods and shit like that. I don't know that we ever fixed a box, but yeah. My best, the story that, so one of the reasons I owned the body shop was so that we could fix my race cars.
Makes sense.
Because I got tired of paying other body shops to do it. And so at some point you're just like, fuck it. let's just get a body shop. Right. And so we would do other stuff.
That's a smart way to do it.
I vertically integrated. Like I want to vertically integrate everything. So like I owned, the whole reason I owned a service shop was so that we could so that would just funnel cash into the race team, but also we could buy parts through there, sometimes cheaper than we could through the race shop. Not usually, but sometimes. And we did so much business through the service shop. It just made sense. The tuning shop, obviously, that was a source of parts for the race team that we couldn't get through Mazda or whoever. And the body shop just came about because I got really tired of paying people. We get I remember we went to Barber. The first year I went to Barber Motorsports Park, we came back and there was not, I think the only panel that I didn't have to replace on the trunk was the only car I didn't have to replace on the car was the trunk lid. I replaced the hood. Oh, and the passenger door. No, wait, driver's door. I didn't have to replace the driver's door. I had to replace passenger door, passenger fender, nose, hood, driver's fender, both rocker sills, and the rear bumper. And I was like, fuck, this sucks. So I ended up, so it was not long after that we bought the body shop. I was like, need to do my own thing. And we would get some weird shit in there. We had to retub. So, and we retubbed a bunch of Porsches, but we had to retub a Lotus, which was I forget what, it's like an Evora or something. It's a no, not Evora. It's a carbon fiber tub. I guess it is an Evora. And it didn't look that bad. If you looked at it, you'd be like, yeah, this thing's not that bad. But literally, they had to ship a complete new tub, the whole body of the car, over. We took off the salvageable parts, which was the 2 or 3 parts and the doors, put those on the new tub, paint the entire fucking thing, put it all back together. It was a good bill. And it was I think it was $28,000 in labor, 25, 28, something like that. It's pretty good.
Pretty pricey.
At the time that was like $110,000 car. I feel bad for anybody that crashes one now because there's no fucking way anybody's going to pay to fix that shit.
No. Well, yeah, no.
There's just no fucking way. I feel bad. That's one of the reasons why I don't own any cars with carbon tubs, because it's just not. If you crash it, it's just so expensive.
Right.
And I had we did so when we were doing the GT3 Cup cars, the Porsches, retubbing those was that was just part of it. It was just, it was gonna. We knew at one time I knew the part number, I just knew it because we did so many of them. But you don't know. I mean, the thing is that if you really, really look and do your do a bunch of research and stuff, you will find that this has been retubbed, or that's that this isn't original. But unless you're someone like me, you would never know. You have no fucking clue. So,
yeah, I don't know if I'd know. I did learn my lesson on flood cars.
Yeah.
Yeah, got one of them. Luckily, it didn't get me too bad because I was able to get rid of it for actually more than I bought it for, which felt kind of sleazy, but
yeah, I used to buy flood. So when I was in high school, or right out of high school and college, I guess, I had a business partner and we bought cars at auction, and a lot of them were flood cars, but we had a whole we had this whole thing where he would go to the auction most of the time. I generally was too busy with other shit, but one of us would go to the auction. We'd look at the cars, and then we would there was a criteria for selecting the cars. I didn't want to see jumper cables anywhere near it. I really didn't want to see keys in the car, and definitely didn't want to see keys in the ignition. And there were some other things, and there's reasons for that. But
because it means they were just messing with it.
Yeah, because somebody tried to start it, and a lot of times you would get water in the engine, and where normally if you just pull spark plugs and crank it over by hand, the water goes away, and you can put spark plugs in it and fire it up, and usually it'll run right. If you try and start it with if you try and start it with water in it, it hydrolocks the engine and it'll bend the rods. And so I had so my partner, his name was Tory Monteith, which is like a really absurdly aristocratic name. He's like, he really knew a lot about cars, and he was really good at a lot of stuff, but he just really had a thing for he thought that he knew a good deal, and he didn't actually need to go through the process because he'd been doing it so long, and he'd only gotten burned once or twice. Well, I had a whole lot. Like, I had a criteria. He was more off the cuff, and he bought this Jeep, and I told him not to buy the Jeep because it had a battery in it. It looked like somebody had tried to jump start it. The keys were in the ignition. Like, everything to me pointed to this thing is fucked. I wasn't there. He bought it anyway. We get it back. The first thing I do when I open it is like, fuck, get damn battery in it. The battery's brand new. Like you could tell somebody just put this thing. And so it came out of Texas, obviously, because that's where all flood cars come from. Texas or Florida, really. And so we took these. So we had a process where you pull all the carpets out, you dry everything out, you put all the carpet back in, you take the ECU out, you put the ECU in the oven and cook it for like an hour or a little bit longer at like 100 degrees or something. And just had a whole process of doing these flood cars. And I put it, we put it all together, cranked it over, and sure enough, had a bent rod. And ended up having to pull the motor, put a motor in it, which isn't bad on a Jeep, but still, it pissed me off. I lost money on the deal. And after that, he was like really gun shy of flood cars. But I bought a Honda Civic that was perfect. It had, there was no sign of anyone had tried to jump it off. The keys were zip tied to the steering wheel, so I knew that you physically couldn't put a key in the ignition.
You could if you had a new zip tie.
Yeah, if you had a zip tie in your back pocket, for sure. But the auto auction you weren't supposed to do that. You weren't even supposed. The thing is that if it had the key in the ignition, you knew that somebody might try, right? Mm. And so but if it wasn't, then you weren't supposed to do that at the auto auction, and they would kick your ass out if they caught you. So anyway, so I bought that, took it all apart. Like I took this poor Civic, man, down to like there was nothing left in the interior. Took it out, dried it out, cleaned everything up. Actually, I think I ended up having to buy a pair of seats, which were cheap on. We didn't have Craigslist back then, guys, so we had to buy them at the salvage yard. And so put it all back together, cooked the ECU.
Flo got tired of your stories and he left.
Yeah, Flo got tired. That's all right. I think he's starting a stream. Anyway, I ended up cooking ECU and put it all back together, ran perfect, sold the thing for like 3 times what we paid for it. So yeah, it was cool. How are you, Glenn?
I'm doing all right.
Cool. All right. A little overtime, but that's all right. It's okay.
Oh, I do want to talk to you about some business stuff.
Yeah, go ahead, man. We got 6 whole people in here now. That's crazy. I haven't had 6 whole people in since I started. That's all right.
So I was like, okay, how does one go about establishing a business in a different state for tax purposes, and then also getting financing for it as well? Plus, like, I was there as they're putting in their finances as well to it.
It kind of depends on what kind of business it is, right? So, like, for example, if it's any, so I tell people not to start businesses unless you just absolutely have to. Like there's no business to buy. That it's always better to buy an existing functioning business with a reputation, with
Yeah.
equipment, with all of this stuff. It's just better, even if it costs you more. So here's what people say. People will always say, well, I could just go spend, why would I buy this business for $800,000? I can spend $100,000 in equipment and $50,000 in marketing, and I'll make all that money. But what you don't have is a customer list.
Yeah.
You don't have contracts in place. You don't have a reputation for getting shit done. You don't have a Rolodex full of prior customers. And that's why you buy the business. The reason you buy the business is based on, that it makes a shit ton of money. And you're able to, and that you can go in and take over and do that. I'm telling you, it's way easier just to buy. It just is. And I think most people should just buy. That doesn't mean you couldn't buy a troubled business. It doesn't mean that you couldn't, for tax purposes, wink, wink, that you couldn't like establish a business in, say, Delaware, incorporated.
That's what I hear. That's the place I hear all the time.
Yeah, that's one of Montana, Delaware.
I hear
there's like
Delaware.
three or four states where things are incorporated in because of the tax and the other legalities. And it's certainly not that you couldn't or shouldn't do it that way. But the reality is that even if you do that, right? Like let's just say that you do. Let's say, Glenn, that you go out and you fire up, Glenn's, marvelous production facility. Call it GMP.
Unlovable Productions.
Yeah, whatever. And you fire it up. You take out here's where I'm about to tell you why you don't buy, why you buy and not do it on your own. But so you manage to somehow convince someone at a bank to spot you 100 G's.
Mm-hmm.
And the problem is that I don't know that you could get an SBA loan for that, which means that you would personally be on the hook for that, right? You would personally guarantee it. So if the business failed,
there's no security blanket with that.
Yeah, you have to come up with that money, right?
Yeah.
And so that's one thing. Also, you are now going to have to spend a lot of money on marketing, a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of things that you could be doing instead of furthering a business. You're spending all your time. Now you're spending all of your time hiring people, establishing protocols, writing the rules, company policy. And I think that for most people, that's a bad idea. Now, I am not a financial advisor. I am not a business planner, and I'm not giving any kind of advice. However, my observation is that for most people, very bad idea.
Yeah.
Okay. So now let's just say that let's say that that you find a production facility or a recording center or whatever, right? And it's in, wherever.
Bumfuck Egypt.
Yeah, it's on the left side of Egypt, on a hanging off the right nut. And let's just say let's just say that that business, it's a production facility. It's not advertised as a studio, but um, it's a production facility, right? So it's which is also how I would do something like that. Because I'm not, I wouldn't, if I were going to do this, I would not, if I were going to do something like that, I wouldn't do it just me, right? Like it would literally be like a production
collaborate.
facility.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be a production facility to where I could rent out things. I could,
Yep.
and I would, and probably what I would look for is what I would actually look for is, I would look for one of those shared office space businesses, right?
Yeah.
And try and find one that has reasonable financials, maybe has a couple of contracts with law offices or the city or wherever that, where they're making, hopefully, you find something that's making some money. And let's just say that they're making $800,000 a year in revenue top line, and their EBITDA is like 250,000. And so you're going to pay, normally you would pay 3 times EBITDA, but I would probably say that I would only pay 2 times EBITDA. So the business is worth 500 grand. You would go to an SBA lender and sit down, and then you would, the biggest thing that you have to do, well, first of all, the business you're going to buy, the financials have to be tight, nailed down.
That's
Right,
their
like
financials, not
their finances.
yeah. They have their finances have to like pass.
It has to be true.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to be great, but it has to be true. And on your side, your narrative has to be really good. You have to be able to walk in and say, "Hey, I haven't actually run a remote office facility or extra office space facility before, but I have run a production studio, and I intend to take some of this office space and turn it into production space so that I can add another revenue stream in addition to the existing revenue we're making now. And I want to, and I intend to at least maintain what we're making. Plus I want to make more, and blah, blah, blah. You gotta have a good story as to why your business is going to be a business and not you jacking off in an envelope believing that you're the best ever. Okay.
Yeah.
So because it does, one thing makes money, the other thing is fiction. So if you get if you can put together the right narrative, an SBA lender will lend you the money. Now there's a lot between A and B, right? Like there's lawyers involved, or there should be. You've got to, you have to verify the Q of E, the quality of earnings, to make sure that they're not padding their books, that, the money that they're showing you is not like one time, a one-time thing, where they're able to show that, oh yeah, we made $400,000 this year. The first quarter, and then of course the business was the same the rest of the year. Well, that $400,000 is like where they had a single event that paid for all of that. That's never going to happen again, right? So that's not a good idea of how much you're actually earning. And that's how I would try and buy that, or that's how I would try and do it, right? Like I don't know that I could, to be honest with you, because I think that's I think the only way that you accomplish that is by having another business that has a definite need and siphoning off some revenue at some point to build that type of business. But I could be wrong. I mean, there's a lot of money to be made in the entertainment industry. There's a lot of money to be made in the spare office space industry. So I wouldn't be the guy to do that, or production, video production. I think in some areas is massive, right? Like there's people that need videos made of all kinds of things,
commercials, everything.
Yeah. I mean, commercials, realtors constantly need presentations. Um, you know, it's just a really, I mean, it's not the business I'm in, so I don't know. But if you can, honestly, the biggest thing is you just have to
Is it
really
like
be able to make a case
is it
that
like
you're going to make it work.
is it like you basically need to like build out a pitch deck? Like this is what
No,
this is what the
you
market
have
is
to,
over here. This is what it's projected.
yeah, it's a lot of when I say you got to when you're so when you deal with a commercial lender for an investment, they want to understand where your mind is at. They want to understand that you are based in reality, that you're not just, it's not like I'm going to build the greatest restaurant ever and I need $1 million so that I can make 2 million this year, right? Like you can do some serious Andrew Tate shit. Like that's how you get an SBA loan, right? And you want to, if at all possible, you want to do an SBA loan because you need 10% down. Usually they require the seller to carry a 10% note as well. That way the seller stays involved in the business to ensure at least the first year that you stay afloat. You may need to, like, in my case, like the business I'm buying, we're building in $250,000 in cash that has to be on hand before we take possession. Like we're not just buying the business; they have to put in the operating capital has to exist in the building or in the business as we buy it, right? And all of the AR, the accounts receivable, all of the accounts receivable has to be verified, has to go into escrow, and we'll use a lot of that to pay off the loan. So you have to get really. The idea is you really need to be good at structuring a deal. Right. And Trump talks about the art of a deal. Nobody loaned him $20 million to build a fucking resort based on a 900 credit score. Like nobody gave a shit about his credit score. He went in and he told those guys a story, a narrative. I'm a developer from New York. I built this, I built that. I have a history of bringing projects to completion. This is where my last investor invested 1 million. We made him 10 million. You should want to be in business with me. That's how Trump made money. That's how anybody makes money. It has nothing to do with your credit. I mean, obviously, if you have bad credit, you better have a damn good explanation beyond, my ex-wife fucked me, although that might work.
That's like a majority.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I'm more than likely the guys in that room are going to understand. But when you're sitting across from somebody,
they're not looking for excuses. They just want results.
They need to. Yeah. They don't. It's quite honestly, it has far more to do with you being able to convince them that you can actually do it than almost anything else. Now, obviously, if you're buying a business, it has to be a real business. There have to be assets. There has to be a bunch of different things. Now, here's the thing: SBA loans are government insured. So if you default, the bank
gets their money from the government. Yeah,
all but like 10%. Now, here's another thing. Most of the time, the bank will flat tell you, if they're being honest, that they do not want you to own a lot of assets because they have to take those assets.
Yeah.
And it reduces the amount of SBA loan you can get. If you default, they have to be able to take it. So if you're going to use a Ferrari as security, or let's say you own a Ferrari outright and make no payments on it, they have to consider that among your assets, and they're going to have to, that's part of the consideration. And the banks hate, the SBA banks hate that. They hate it because it just screws things up. It makes their life harder, and more than likely you will get turned down. Unless, again, your narrative is really fucking good.
Okay.
And it's more important. So the first thing to do always is find an SBA lender. Like in my area, we use Pinnacle. Pinnacle's great. We love the people there. They're probably gonna, I'm probably gonna be into them for like $3 million by the end of the year, by the end of this year.
Damn.
Yeah, probably so.
Okay.
Hey, it's Lindsay Smith is in there. So, Donald Trump says, if you need Viagra, you're probably with the wrong girl. Fucking right, doggy.
I mean, leave it to Donald Trump to drop. Basically saying, ladies, if your man needs Viagra, you ugly.
Yeah, you ain't doing something right. No, you ain't even got to be you just got to do the right thing. Yeah, so that's I mean, I know that I literally like destroyed my audience tonight with the last 40 minutes of the show, but that's all right.
But did they die?
No, they didn't die. They may not be back tomorrow night, but that's okay. But yeah, I mean, but you got to look at what kind of business you're starting to. Like I'm doing something that I know will work, right? I know it will, and the bank knows it will. It's been around for like 20 years. The bank's gonna loan on it.
Yeah.
Right. If you're trying to be so here's the thing, a lot of times guys that try and do things like a production company or something like that, they end up having to go to private investors, and private investors are, it can be tough, man.
Well,
Same deal.
That's how you get, films done. You don't go to the bank, because the bank, unless you're with the studio, right? You don't get, funds from the studio. Or unless you're with the studio with like a big, Warner Brothers or whatever, they could get, loans from the bank. And
well, no, the banks line up.
Yeah, they love giving them money.
Yeah.
But like if you're an independent, it's all investors. It's all, angel investors or private investors, family members, taking out your kids' college fund.
No, that's exactly it. I mean, it just depends on what you're trying to do and what kind of money you're really. So here's the thing. I think most people don't understand how little money the business they want to be in will make. And
yeah.
And so let me run this by. All right. So I'm going to buy this business, right? We're working on it now. Like I literally I think I have a meeting tomorrow. I need to check my schedule. I think I have a meeting tomorrow. I definitely have a meeting Friday about it. And it's literally like we're just going over financials. We're going over right now. We're trying to structure the deal. They want this. We don't want to give them that. We want it this way. They're like, whatever. It happens. So we all know the deal is going to get done. It's just I've got to do the best deal for me. They got to do the best deal for them.
Yeah, it's only you're basically saying it's a matter of when you guys are going to agree on the deal.
Yeah, when we agree and how much it's going to cost me. So at this point, if I took the business over today and if their numbers stayed pretty much the same, my debt service on the property and the business will be about $20,000 a month, $25,000 a month. that's roughly 250, 280 grand a year.
That's not bad.
It isn't. No, that's pretty good. Well, it's 2 million over 10 years. So, it's like 25,000 a month, something like that. No, it's more than that. It's more than that. Hang on, I'm doing something wrong. No, that's right. It's right about $250,000 a year over 10 years. It's expensive to own a business.
Yeah.
So even if I pay $250,000 a year and I have a business that's cash flowing $450, $500,000 a year, that means almost half of my revenue is going to half of my EBITDA is going to loan service, which means I actually only make 250 grand a year, which sounds like a lot of
you're
money.
breaking even.
No, I would pay my debt service and I would pocket 250 grand a year. But if I didn't have the debt service, I'd pocket 400 grand or 500 grand a year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But, and this is where, it's all in how you structure the deal. So right now, the way that, the EBITDA is based on the business paying like $4,000 for the owner's truck a month, and like $5,000 or $6,000 a month for it pays $4,000 a month for the owner's expenses, and like $5,000 or $6,000 a month in rent. So that 10 grand gets deducted. So instead of making $20,000 to $25,000 a month, I'm making $10,000 to $15,000 a month, right?
Yeah.
That add back helps. So now I'm right back up to making $350,000 a year, which is what I want to make. What I realistically, I really want to, after everything, I probably, to make it all make sense for me, I really need to make about 300,000 a year. It'd be great.
So then you're walking away with how much a year?
300,000. Yeah, so I would make like 300,000. I'd pay just under. I'd probably pay, by the time it was all said and done, depending on how I file the taxes, I would make my paycheck at the end of the year should be probably 280, 290, something like that.
Okay.
Which is, that sounds like a lot, but it is, but it's not as much as and so actually to me, I'm like, that's cool, but I don't know if I want to get up in the bed in the morning for that kind of, I don't know if I want to get out of bed in the morning for that kind of money. So
why? What's wrong with that?
I need to add something else to it. So I'm trying to add I'm trying to buy an HVAC.
You're trying to add more value to it?
I'm trying to buy an HVAC business and take them into the commercial sphere. I'm trying to buy one for like 500 grand or $1 million. And if I can buy an HVAC business for $1 million, and with like 10 employees, something like that, and add them into my back into my business and base it out of my same, because I already have the building, right? So I can base it out of my building, and I can cut my costs on the HVAC company down to, down to low. Then if that business if I can pump its revenue up to $3 million a year and its EBITDA up to 300,000 a year, and I only pay, $1 million, that's you know, so that my debt service at that point is probably, $400,000 a year, but I'm making $800,000 a year, so I can pocket 400, maybe $500,000 a year. Make $500,000 a year is not bad.
No,
it's about
that's
where,
really
where
good.
about where I want to be. I'd like to make. I mean, honestly, I'd like to get to where I'm making right at about $1 million a year without me having to do much. But 500 grand a year would be cool.
Yeah, we gotta talk offline because I got some ideas I need to bounce off you.
Okay.
But
I mean, you see how it works, right? Like, I'm
yeah, I
not.
do get
These
it.
are not made up numbers. These aren't. This isn't pie in the. We're talking about a 16-person construction company makes $5 million a year in revenue.
Yeah, no, my cousin has a construction company, like one of the biggest ones out here in LA, that puts all the new apartments up, all the brand new apartments. Like those are all his. Like he's like the VP of. Like,
I want to buy. So I want to buy an HVAC company, and I want to target putting in AC in new apartment construction and new subdivision construction. I want to literally put the HVAC units on every fucking house.
Yeah.
Because why would I not? I mean, first of all, it's easy money. It's like $5,000 or $10,000 a house. The guys are there for a week. Like, why would I not want to do that?
Yeah. How much is the HVAC like per house though? Like
I mean, it's 8 to 10 grand. I mean, contract. So if I bid that, so if let's say that it's 40 houses, we'd probably bid that job at like probably $8,000 to $10,000 per house. It should take 30 days to do them. Maybe a little less. Maybe a little less. And that's actually exactly what I'm trying to do. Like that, no shit. That's exactly I'm trying and because the other company I'm buying already does that with in another aspect. So what I want to do is it's like Legos. I've already got brick A.
Yeah.
I need brick B. I need to add brick B, and then I got something else, and then maybe I can add brick C down the road, and eventually I end up with a conglomerate to where a contractor can come to us and we can give a quote for all of this stuff.
Yeah.
Pardon me.
So then you just get the big warehouse, and I'll just rent out half of your warehouse for the studio.
I actually, I'm buying the property in Knoxville. That's $1 million, and it does have a rental unit that's already rented out. That he doesn't pay. He does not pay near market. So he may have a rude awakening shortly, but
well, I mean,
but definitely, it's one of those deals where we're trying to. I'm just trying to make shit happen, man. And I think that most people think that it's hard, and I think, but look, concrete, great industry, right? Like,
oh yeah,
it costs money to get. Like, I know a guy today, right now. He's a kid. He's like 21, 22. He bought a truck, 80 grand. He bought a concrete pump, which was another 40 grand. He charges $1,800 an hour to show up and pump concrete on the job sites. And he is booked. Right now, does he work every day? No. Does he work 30 days a month? Maybe. I doubt it. I think he probably does 20 days a month, maybe 15. But at $2,000 an hour, what does it fucking matter?
Dude, that's real good fucking money.
And a lot of places they have to use him. They have to use a concrete pump to get into the to get the concrete into the places without damaging yards or driveways. They can't take a dump. They can't take a conventional truck up the driveway, and they have what's called a Cajun a Cajun bucket or something like that that takes, it's like a motorized wheelbarrow.
Mm-hmm.
That'll carry the concrete. And
oh yeah, no. I used to do asphalt back in the day, and concrete. I worked with like contractors. All forms of construction has been in my family, so I have worked summer jobs with all of them. You know, and I got into it like when I was younger, but now no, I'm too damn old for that shit. It's too backbreaking of work.
Yeah. I don't want to do the work. I want to own the company. You know.
Yeah. But you need to know how to do a little bit of the work, so just make sure these motherfuckers ain't fucking you over.
Thundercats.
Those are employees.
Young Thundercats out there in the wild.
Young Thundercats acting all wild and shit. Trying to act all tough, like gotta.
It's funny because
goddamn whippersnappers. Gotta put those damn Thundercats in check now, Grid. Gotta go out there. You gotta let them know who's boss.
I mean, you're not wrong. But I mean, it is one of those things where, I think most people think that, getting into business or just having an actual career is, I think one of the weird things, and I've never understood this, is like the happiest people I know, that are not like serial entrepreneurs are people who have a normal fucking job that they work, and then they have like a hobby that
brings in money as well.
That brings them a little bit of money, but mostly it's just their creative outlet. It's their or it burns the energy off or whatever it is. Like I was actually listening to Rob Noor earlier today, and it was his stream yesterday about Destiny, and so I was listening to it right after I got off the phone with you actually, and or not phone, but the thing with you, but I was listening to him, and he was talking about how when he started, before he had a kid, and it was just him and his wife, streaming was his hobby. He would go to work. He worked 80 hours a week or whatever it was. And, his hobby when he had downtime was just to stream. And it wasn't necessarily to make a bunch of money, but it does make him some money. And he's like super blessed that it does. And I thought that was a really, really insightful little nugget, right? Like, I think a lot of people in this space.
I'm hopping on my phone, so I'm gonna hop off here.
Okay. I see you in there, you Thundercat. Where you at? Where's my mouse at? Oh, my mouse went to sleep. That's what happened.
I am right here.
Thundercat back.
Goddamn Thundercats acting all tough and shit.
Yeah. So I mean, it's really interesting, I think, because I do think that most people who are trying to do something, they lack the true commitment to do it. But they have just enough commitment to fuck up their lives. Right.
Yeah.
And I liken this to like, so back when I was,
back in your day?
Sorry?
Back in your day? Way back when?
Back in the olden days, before we had paper and could write on shit. So back in the olden days, I had this guy who worked for me on the race team, and he originally worked part-time. And he would just do fly-in work for us and stuff like that. And he had a real job. And actually, I think it paid him pretty well. Who is JB?
I don't know.
And they're like
Jimbo?
spamming the chat.
Joe Blow?
Kind of spamming my chat there, bruh.
Jack Bauer? Jason Bourne.
Yeah, I don't know. Screenshot take. Well, I mean, I can fix the. I don't know what we got going on here. JB. Not a spam.
Do we got a hater in there or something? Can't tell.
I don't know. Well, first of all, I'm always suspicious when people talk in caps, but I can always sort it out.
That Raging Patriot does that all the time. That's the only way I'm
I
able to
know.
read
Well,
it.
that's because he can't. I don't think he can see.
No, I think he does that for me. He's like, Glenn probably can't see this, so I'm gonna just do it real big letters for him. Good, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I was reading this. It's weird. Anyway,
just read what? This was reported to the FBI. What was reported to the FBI? Evidence of New York being nuked is on.
I think he's talking about something in 2014.
Man, we are in 2025. Stop bringing up old shit.
I don't know about nuke. Anyway, so we've got man, where was I? Oh, so I had this guy at work for me. He was a really nice guy. He started out part-time. He wasn't really doing a ton for me, just did some like over the road. He would go to the race weekends with us and do stuff. And he was just, he was kind of a cool dude. But he decided that he wanted to be a race technician. He wanted to add, he was, 100%, he was going to be a lifer, right? Like this was going to be his new career. And he had an actual, like really good job. And,
was he about to fuck shit up by jumping ship?
Yeah, he started, so we couldn't pay him enough for him to be actual like full-time dude. That was why we only hired him for the weekend, right? Like, first of all, he didn't have any other skills that translated to being able to work full-time for us. And so he was like, I guess in his mind, he saw it as he could work full-time for us and then get a second job somewhere else. I don't tell grown men what to do. I'm actually, this is why I had the caps thing in place, by the way, so that WMD would instantly nuke them. And anyway, so the guy did kind of fuck up his entire life.
Like his trajectory?
Yeah, he did. He ended up, like working for us. He worked part-time, I think, at the BMW dealership or something. And he did some other, I don't know, he did some other stuff. And he ended up, I don't know, man, he ended up just kind of floating away later. I think he moved like he ended up having to give up his apartment in Denver and moved back to like Illinois or somewhere, and had to move back into his parents' house and shit like that. So
but it's a risk. Like that's
yeah.
Whip in doubt, whip it out. I'd rather take the risk and it blow up in my face than not take the risk and always wonder what if. You know what I'm saying? Like, what if I would have taken that risk?
I mean, I think that there's a little bit of I think there's a reasonable argument for that, but if you've got a great job and you're just going to follow your passion, but you're not that good at it, and you've never been able to, and it's a massive risk of making it a career, then you probably shouldn't do that.
Yeah.
So just saying. That's
I'd say if you have like nothing to lose, if it's like all or nothing, anyways for you.
Yeah. Yeah.
If in doubt,
I'm gonna send you guys over to Rob Noor, and I'm gonna go to bed. I'm tired.
that's a good idea.
You should go to bed too, Glenn. You were up late today, which means you were up in the middle of the day.
So. Yep, and then took a little nap, and then
vampire.
Now I'm gonna go to the gym.
Yeah,
because my gym is 24 hours. So
yeah. Yeah, Mosman, we're still kind of at it. We got talking about business. We killed the whole chat and nuked everything. But I'm going to send everybody over to Rob Noor. Noor is going. I may call in to Noor and argue with him for a few minutes just for the fuck of it. But we'll see. We'll see if he's still taking callers.
Well, great. I'll chat with you mañana or later.
Yeah, man. We'll see you, man. Give me a call later, tomorrow, whatever. Everyone else, guys, have a great night. Lindsay Smith, thank you for stopping by. Always a pleasure. Even though you did not come up on the panel, that's okay. For everyone else, I am going to end the stream. You are going to Rob Noor, and have a great rest of your evening.
Yeah, I just answered your question. Can you tell me what epistemology means?
Epistemology is the study of the epistles. I mean, you can. I told me that a husband and wife is supposed to be the representation of God and the church. He said he's a husband. I asked him if he sees himself as the embodiment of God, and he said no. That doesn't make any sense.
Wait, what is the epistles?
The epistles are the apostles. Are you talking about the apostles?
No, what